profound ways. Its transformative power is evident across numerous sectors, driving innovation, enhancing productivity, and offering groundbreaking solutions to the global challenges. This technology is not only just about creating content, it's also about opening new horizons of possibility. Earlier this year, G7 Digital and Technology Minister made a crucial declaration about Gen AI. They emphasized the urgency to understand both the opportunities and challenges presented by these technologies. The stakes in deploying Gen AI ethically are incredibly high. It's not just a matter of technological innovation, it's a matter of upholding our moral and ethical standards. The challenge we face today include combating misinformation, ensuring optimal governance, and addressing complex issues like privacy, data governance, fairness, bias, and protection of human and fundamental rights. As we move forward in the session, I encourage each one of you to engage actively in the discussion, share your insights, and ask questions and challenge assumptions. Additionally, I'm thrilled to announce that today's session will feature an exceptional lineup of speakers from various spheres leading this revolution. We will have opportunity to hear insights from representatives of major technology organizations who are at the forefront of generative AI development. Joining them will be experts from GPI, offering their in-depth knowledge and experience in this field. We are also privileged to have voices from international organizations and academia. Furthermore, we'll also hear from innovative startups that are pushing the boundaries of what's possible with Gen AI. Before we embark on this insightful journey, I would also like to mention that our session today is structured in two engaging parts. We begin the first part of our program, which comprises insightful presentations by our esteemed speakers. Following these enlightening presentations, we'll also seamlessly transition into a panel discussion. This segment promises to be the highlight of our session, offering a dynamic platform for exchange and debate. However, before we delve into these enlightening discussions, I would like to call upon all the presenter and panelists to join us for a quick photograph. I would like to call upon Mr. Pandu Nayak, Global Vice President, Google Search. Ms. Mary Snap, Vice President, Strategic AI Initiatives, Microsoft. Dr. Arun K. Subramanian, Vice President, Cloud and AI Strategy and Execution, Intel. Dr. Janine Burke, a senior economist, International Labour Organization, and an expert, GPI Working Group Future of Work. Dr. Vikram Adve, Donald B. Gills, a professor of Computer Science, University of Illinois. Professor Alistair Nord, Victoria University of Wellington, co-lead GPI Social Media Governance Project. Dr. Prityush Kumar, Sarvam AI, and Dr. Vivek Raghavan, Sarvam AI. Thank you. In addition to our live presentations and panel discussion, I'm also delighted to announce that a special contribution from Jason Oxman, President of Information Technology Industry Council. While Mr. Oxman could not join us in person today, he has graciously shared his insightful thoughts with us. You'll hear him soon. And now, as we prepare to dive into the heart of today's discussion, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our moderator, Dr. Vivek Raghavan. Dr. Raghavan is the founder of Sarvam AI. He's not just an entrepreneur, he's a visionary technologist and a pioneer in building digital public infrastructures. Dr. Raghavan co-founded Sarvam AI, driven by a profound belief in the transformative potential of generative AI. Dr. Raghavan's deep understanding of the technological landscape, combined with his experience in creating digital solutions that cater to diverse and populous nations, make him the ideal person to steer today's discussion. Over to you, Dr. Raghavan. Sorry.
Hi. So I think thank you for coming to this session here today. And I think it's a very interesting and germane topic. And we're going to talk about the various aspects of generative AI. And we're going to have people from both from industry, from academia, and representatives of GPI talk about the various aspects of this. And I think it's going to be a very exciting, and so the way the format is going to be that everybody is going to come and speak for about 7 minutes. And at the end of that, we will actually have we'll have a panel discussion where we'll talk about the various things that, various issues and challenges with Gen AI. So without further ado, I will basically bring up our first speaker. Our first speaker today is actually going to be Dr. Pandu Nayak, who's Global Vice President of Google Search. And he is responsible for actually search quality. And before joining Google, he was chief architect and CTO in a legal discovery company, Stratify. And previously, he has worked at NASA. He has a BTech from IIT Bombay and a PhD from Stanford University. Welcome, Dr. Nayak.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here with all of you in person, particularly at this rather exciting juncture in the development of AI. Now, for decades now, Google Search has been using AI to improve the user experience for our users. You know, going all the way back to the simple business of spell correction, that was a form of AI. That we used, and it's been used consistently throughout the years. Today, though, AI is fundamentally changing the way we think about search. And not just we, but the way our users in India and all over the world are thinking about what it means to search, right? If I asked you for a moment to close your eyes and think about what does it mean to search, you probably think there's a little search box and you type into it. But in fact, what's happening today with a lot of people, particularly in India where there's a lot of young people and there's lots of mobile phones, there's every chance that what they're doing is speaking their question aloud, or maybe they're searching with an image, or with a photo, right? And this business of having search be really something where you can ask your question verbally, or where you can use Google Lens to do your searches. All of this is enabled with AI, right? And it's really proving to be transformative, particularly, as I said, in places like India, where a huge fraction of queries are by voice. Google Lenses already gets about 12 billion queries, image queries a month. So there's just been this transformation that has been enabled by AI. Now, more recently, there's been just a lot of excitement about generative AI. And large language models is the technological underpinnings of this generative AI explosion that we are seeing today. And frankly, sometimes the things that it does can seem pretty magical. But of course, there's no magic here. These LLMs, large language models, are effectively just very sophisticated prediction engines, right? That's what they do. Now, I'm sorry. When I say prediction engine, what they're really doing is, given some context, they're able to predict what comes next. And so the context can be the beginning part of a sentence and they can complete the sentence. Or maybe the context is a question and they can produce an answer. Or maybe the context is a whole conversation that you're having, so multiple back and forths, and then it can continue the conversation. And the reason that these conversational agents can do this kind of thing, why LLMs can do this, is because LLMs are trained on just a huge amount of data. Right? Just to give you a sense of scale, Bard is Google's conversational agent, and the LLM that underpins Bard is trained on over 1 trillion words. Right? Think about that. That's like being trained, or that's like reading millions of books out there. So it's pretty remarkable, and what that allows it to do is this kind of prediction that feels almost magical. And the remarkable thing is these things are multimodal today. So not only can they predict words, they can predict images. They can create images for you. They can, of course, create code for you. So there's all kinds of remarkable things that this technology does, which is pretty amazing. Now, Google's motto for creating AI-powered products is to be bold and responsible, right? Now, given the remarkable technology that is LLMs today, the bold part is pretty clear. There's something pretty amazing going on here, and we're going to build all these amazing products with it. But being bold isn't enough, right? You need to be responsible from the start. And the reason for that is that this LLM technology, wonderful though it is, also has some well-documented challenges around things like safety, things like factuality, and so forth. And so you need to be able to address these things head-on from the ground up. So let's talk about Bard. Bard is the conversational agent that we've developed. And the development of Bard is guided by these AI principles that Google put out back in 2018, I think, 5 years ago. And one of the implications of that is we take safety in Bard very, very seriously. And the way we do this is because we've been developing Google Search. This is what I've been working on for almost 20 years now. We've been developing Google Search for all these years, and we've taken safety very seriously within Google Search. And so we have a lot of experience on what it means to develop safe systems like this, and we've brought all those learnings into Bard to try and enhance the safety of the kinds of responses that it makes. Factuality is also something that is very important for Google. It's really been a core value for Google Search to surface high-quality results and so forth. And it's no different with Bard. Given the technology, we've applied many of the sort of state-of-the-art techniques to enhance the factuality of Bard. Things like reinforcement learning with human feedback, RLHF, that had been pioneered originally at DeepMind there. So RLHF is one of the techniques that we use to improve factuality. We use things like retrieval augmented generation to make sure that we corroborate information effectively. And so all of these things are things that we work on to continue to make Bard as effective as possible. We also taught Bard to actually corroborate the information that it produces by going to Google Search to look for corroborating evidence for the assertions it makes. Right? And so there's a Google it button that you can find, and when you click on it, it'll annotate its responses with corroborating evidence to say, yes, I found something that supported it, or maybe I found something that didn't support it, and that gives you context on how to interpret the responses that were made. Now, earlier this year, we also brought generative experiences to Google Search, right? This is something that we call the search generative experiences. And just like everything else we do in search, search generative experiences, or SGE for short, its goal is to help users get to the information they need as quickly as possible. Following the original launch of SGE in the US, when was it? I think it may have been back in March, or no, in May or something like that. More recently, we brought it to India as the second country to launch it, and it's had a really good reception. It's currently launched not as part of the default experience, but as an opt-in experience that you can log into, because we want to make sure that it works well for search. SGE is powered by several different LLMs, including Palm 2, which until recently was one of our largest language models. More recently, over the last week or two, we also launched Gemini, right? And we've been experimenting with Gemini for SGE. One of the cool things about Gemini is it's been built from ground up to be multimodal. The LLMs that we use for SGE have been purposefully fine-tuned for search-specific tasks, things like surfacing corroborating evidence in various ways from high-quality sources. And we hold SGE to a high standard, particularly for the so-called your money or your life areas, health, finance, civic information, and so forth. Let me talk about one other challenge with LLMs, and that has to do with bias, all right? And this is something that has been sort of top of mind for a lot of people, particularly in areas like health and finance and so forth. I think part of the problem with unfair bias stems from the training data that you use, right? LLMs have a possibility of enhancing these kinds of biases. And so getting the training data right is crucial. We're partly mitigating that by using, again, our information, the work in Safe Search to make sure that we don't train on unsafe content. And BARD goes a step further than that in debatable areas by essentially, when there's consensus, it surfaces the consensus, but when there is no consensus, it surfaces multiple perspectives. And one sort of last point on this, when we think about what governments can do in this area and policymakers, I think it's important for policymakers to commit to supporting trusted cross-border data flows, so that the training data that can be used is representative of a diverse demographic and a diverse set of people, so that you can sort of address bias in this way. And so with that, let me conclude. I know I've gone a little over here. Just want to say that there's a lot we can accomplish, but we need to do it all together. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Manu, for that great thing. The next up, we have Microsoft, and Mary is representing Microsoft, and she is Vice President of Strategic AI Initiatives at Microsoft. And she's been responsible for much. She's also a frequent speaker. Oh, sorry. So, and Mary is often a speaker on CSR initiatives at Microsoft, as well as technology policy in its relationship to AI. And she previously headed Microsoft Global Philanthropies, and she's been an active member of many nonprofits in the US, among them the YWCA of Seattle, the Seattle Art Museum, and the National 4-H Council. And she was actually the very first female attorney to be at Microsoft. So welcome, Mary. And
the slides are up? Do you have slides up? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see all of you today. I'm going to talk just a little bit about generative AI. And first, I want to just do a little bit of grounding that this technology is here. It's not going anywhere. And in fact, the rate of adoption for ChatGPT is the fastest we have seen for virtually any technology in the past. You can see that it just took 3 months for ChatGPT to acquire 100 million users compared to some of the other technologies that you see on the slide. The other thing we know is that technology drives GDP growth, and that the pace of change of that growth is also accelerating. So you can see here over time growth in GDP with the adoption of technology starting way back with the printing press, the steam engine, and then PCs and the cloud. And you can see that hockey stick, or maybe cricket stick, I should say here, going up faster and faster and faster. And so it's really important to acknowledge the role of technology in driving GDP growth in economies like India and others around the world. We know that generative AI has just tremendous potential. And whether that is talking about sort of the physical infrastructure, whether it's relating to telling farmers when to sow their seeds based on what the weather conditions will be, what the soil moisture is, or whether it's a small business holder for an e-commerce and payment system that's really important, or whether it's something that really relates to getting government benefits. We know that generative AI can really speed up the efficiency of these kinds of much needed technologies. We also know that in addition to just sort of the digital goods, the economy, that there are many other ways in which generative AI can aid social good. In this example, we see a product called Seeing AI from Microsoft, developed by a Microsoft engineer, which enables those with low vision or no vision to be able to translate the world around them using translations for text, objects, those kinds of things. We see tremendous potential in fields like medical research, cancer research in particular, and other fields as well in the healthcare realm. So lots of support in both the economic parts, but also support in more of the social good part, which is so important to all of the countries. Generative AI can also be used in an area that we're just really starting to learn. I shouldn't say we're just starting to learn more, but it's become much more in the public consciousness, and that's sustainability. And the ability to use artificial intelligence to help manage both hazardous conditions, but also to mitigate in terms of energy efficiencies, methane emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, water replenishment is absolutely going to be really changing the world going forward. But at the same time, we know, as my boss, Brad Smith, who's the president of Microsoft and co-chairman, says, technology can be used as both a tool and a weapon. And we have to be very clear-eyed about that. Clear-eyed but optimistic, but we know that there are some things that we should not ask computers to do, that there are places where we know that humans need to be involved. And so as we think about the policy ramifications, we have a 5-point sort of framework that we think about. First of all, we need to build on those standards that are already here. Secondly, for those critical infrastructure pieces, it's absolutely important to have a human making the final decision. We need to develop a broader framework, which is the purpose of the GPI conference today, to think about building consensus and developing regulatory frameworks. We need to be transparent in what we're doing, and we need to ensure that there is public-private partnership with both nonprofits and academic institutions to ensure the full benefit of this technology. As we think about that regulatory architecture at the applications layer, at that BARD layer and at the Bing layer, I have to say Bing, it's important to apply the existing laws and regulations at that app layer. At the layer of the LLMs, it is also important to ensure that these LLMs are developed in a way that tries to remove unconscious bias and discrimination and tries to ensure that there is safety and security in the model itself. And then finally, at that lower level, the data center itself, it's important to ensure the safety of the data centers, whether that be related to the physical structure or whether that be related to cybersecurity and those kinds of things too. So we understand that there will be lots of discussion about the layers of technology, and it's important to apply the regulatory framework to the layers themselves and to adapt the regulation to the particular stack of technology as we go forward. And the GPI conference, I know, will get us a lot closer in thinking about not only the regulatory framework, but adopting it in the particular stacks. So just as an example to think about how all of this might work, I want to give you an example of our air travel system. Really, when I think about it, when I came here from Seattle, Washington, I put myself in this huge metal tube. I closed the door with 200 people or 500 people that I didn't know, and I was absolutely comfortable knowing that this tube would take off, that it would traverse thousands of miles, and that it would land safely. That does not come about by accident. That is a lot of collaboration between industry, between government, and across governments to ensure that we create those kinds of safety standards on a global basis to ensure that that plane takes off, lands securely, and that when I am on the plane, I am safe as well. And so we should think about this technology in the same way. How can we create that international collaboration, working industry with government sector, working with civil society to ensure not only physical safety and trustworthiness, but also ethical uses of the technology as well, and ensuring at the bottom that it is human-centric, that the technology aids human intelligence, empathy, and compassion. We know that we do this across a multi-stakeholder approach. Here are just a few examples of organizations that are working together to develop the kinds of standards that we know on an international basis will enable us not only to deploy the technology efficiently, but also employ the technology for good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary, and thanks for being on time.
I got you to the second.
That was perfect. Our next person is actually going to be joining us virtually. Mr. Jason Oxman is President and Chief Executive Officer of the Information Technology Industry Council, the global trade association for the tech sector, representing the world's most innovative companies. And he brings more than 25 years of experience as a globally recognized leader in technology policy and serves as a leading advocate for technology during a consequential time for the industry. So without further ado, we will play the message from Jason Oxman.
My name is Jason Oxman, and I'm the President and CEO of the Information Technology Industry Council, also known as ITI. It's a privilege to join this esteemed panel of technology policy experts at today's 2023 Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence Summit. Thank you to GPay and the Government of India for organizing today's important discussion. ITI is the world's premier advocacy, policy, and thought leader for the technology sector. We represent 80 of the most dynamic and innovative companies on the planet. Our members stand at the forefront in developing and deploying global consumer-facing, business-to-business, and government-focused AI solutions. In fact, AI is a key priority area for all ITI member companies as they leverage this technology to evolve their businesses and to benefit consumers. We are committed to the responsible development and deployment of AI. Well before AI captivated the world's attention and became a dominant topic in policy conversations, ITI was leading the international discussion on the technology. Over the years, we've met with policymakers and stakeholders on how to promote and govern the responsible and transparent development and use of AI. ITI's representative in Delhi has engaged with the Indian government, with technology sector stakeholders, and with member companies to advance policies that support AI innovation throughout India. I've also had the pleasure of engaging directly with the Indian government on these key issue areas during my most recent trip to India this year. Today's conversation is another important opportunity to continue a robust public-private dialogue when it comes to advancing responsible AI technology. Now, it doesn't take an expert to recognize the vast opportunities presented by AI and its adoption into our daily lives. It's also not difficult to see how AI is poised to transform the economy and industries from healthcare to the environment to financial services and beyond. While I was in India, I learned about AI's important role in agriculture, where it is helping rural India to prosper. I also learned how large language model development in regional languages is making the benefits of AI accessible to those whose primary language is not English. AI is a great tool, especially in a diverse country with a huge number of dialects. These are just a couple of examples of the real-life benefits of AI in India, and there are many more to explore in today's conversation. Today's panel will examine generative AI and how to approach this transformative technology in a way that mitigates risk and safeguards user privacy and security while reaping its immense benefits. This panel is timely. It follows two recent policy developments on AI. Last week, the European Union agreed to a final text on its AI Act, a major milestone for AI governance in Europe and globally. As negotiators work out the details of the measure, the technology industry is watching closely to ensure that the final legal text delivers a clear, proportionate, and risk-based framework. Also, in October, US President Joe Biden signed an executive order on safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. This broad and sweeping effort aims to support innovation in AI while also tasking agencies across the US government to evaluate and address key risks. The executive order underscores how much work the US government, alongside global partners in industry, must do to advance a common vision of safe and secure AI. Across the globe, ITI has urged policymakers to focus on fostering public trust in AI by taking a risk-based approach to regulation and emphasizing the key role of transparency in these conversations. Transparency and public trust are equally important when discussing how to address risks stemming from the use of generative AI, while also ensuring that citizens and organizations around the world can reap its benefits. India is a key global partner with an important role to play in AI policymaking. We welcome the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology's recent establishment of expert groups and centers of excellence to assess how to advance AI for all of India. We also encourage Indian lawmakers to harness the G7 International Guiding Principles and Code of Conduct on Advanced AI Systems as they consider how best to approach governance of generative AI systems. The G7 Principles and Code of Conduct are a good first step toward a risk-based approach to governance of advanced AI systems, including generative AI, and importantly, they offer a global approach that can help ensure interoperability of practices on an international scale. As India's efforts on AI policy move forward, we encourage policymakers to continue to partner with and seek industry's input. ITI looks forward to working with the Government of India and stakeholders in India and around the globe to ensure AI can be leveraged for the benefit of all. I look forward very much to today's discussion, and I thank you for the opportunity to join you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason, for that message. And we move on to our next speaker, who is Arun Subramaniam, who is Vice President of Cloud and AI Strategy and Execution at Intel. Arun has a PhD in aerospace engineering and has actually been had led the development of the digital twin platform at GE. And prior to joining Intel, he was at AWS, where he led the extreme scale computing team, which spanned things like quantum computing, machine learning, autonomous vehicles, etc. So therefore, without further ado, Arun.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And it's really wonderful to be talking to such an august group here. So I thought today I'll just introduce the concept of democratizing Gen AI responsibly, and what do those words actually mean, and what can we be having a dialogue around. You heard some great conversations in the morning. I hope that this will spur a few more conversations as we get into the Q&A as well, right? I wanted to show you two different studies. The one on the left of the screen is really something that's a consensus from the last decade of data transformation and traditional AI and ML being applied across the world. And these numbers are a consensus of numbers across different studies from IDC or McKinsey or any number of different groups that put numbers out. The consensus is about 10% of the projects that had an AI or ML moniker over the last decade actually reached the outcome they promised in the beginning of the project. Right? Said a different way, 90% of them failed to meet the targets, right? And that's after about a decade of adoption. The numbers on the right are brand new. So it's a study that just concluded in September. Roughly around 600 different Fortune 1000 companies participated in them, and it's still ongoing. And about 60% of the time of the companies at the time, that September just a few months ago, reported that they're doing something with GenAI. 40% said they're not really doing anything. In the last 3 months, that number dropped. So about 90% of the companies are self-reporting that they're doing something with GenAI. What? We're not really sure. So the next level of question was, have you actually scaled something with GenAI? Meaning there's a definition of scaling that at least 2 of your business units should have deployed this technology in production. And production is at least 100 users. Right? So that's a higher bar than just trying something out, small POC. You generally do that in a few small groups. So that's a higher bar. And the number that shocked us was 9% of the companies actually came back, self-reported that they actually meet that criteria. Now, the number on the left side is after 10 years or more and billions of dollars sunk into it, with enough number of enterprises getting on. The number on the right side, at most a year, less than a year in most cases. They're already starting to scale. So that's really where you're seeing a lot of adoption coming on, saying this is faster than anything that we can actually think about, faster than anything that people can hope. Of course, this is coming on the heels of all the data transformation that people have already familiar with. So the data is there. They need to be able to apply something new. Now we'll see if these numbers hold for the next 6 months or the next 12 months, because this could also plateau out, this could crash. So we'll see how these numbers hold. But for now, the scaling seems to be picking up, right? That's one number. The other question that just got released with the latest study from a variety of different groups, this was done between MIT, Wharton, Boston Consulting Group, and Harvard Business School, where they studied the impact of deploying generative AI technologies into a diverse workforce. So this was a group of about 750 participants across multiple industries, and they spanned 3 different buckets. The first bucket were a group of people who are brand new, so less than 3 or 4 years out of college. That's brand new group. The second group was in between, so between 5 and 10 years of experience. The third group was a control group that was really considered experts in their own fields, longer than 15 years in that particular field, right? And so these numbers are aggregate across all of these 3 groups. And what happened across the board, if you gave them creative tasks to do, things like how would you come up with new ideas, how can you go and figure out what would be possible given an ambiguous situation, overall, the individual productivity went up, not by a small number, but 40%. And that's across an aggregate of all 750 people, right? That's great. And this was also compared to a control group that was not given anything, so they could actually control the experiment. But what also happened was the collective group's creativity went down by about the same number, meaning everybody's ideas started looking more or less the same, right? And it is not like they were given different ability to prompt, different abilities to go look at different kinds of GenAI technologies. It was the same technology that was given to them. And this report is public. You can go read about this as well. But the interesting thing that happened is both experts and novices tended to start looking at the responses in similar ways as long as they build some trust in the system. And the creativity takes a big hit. The flip side of this, of course, is how do companies and enterprises and governments actually differentiate? Now, if everybody looks the same, everybody has access to the same tools, and we end up democratizing all of these capabilities across any number of different vendors, how do you differentiate? Right? That's a big question that's also coming up. So you enable something, you increase productivity, but then everybody looks and says and feels the same thing, right? So that's really where a lot of conversation around, okay, today's public large language models, proprietary large language models, a few of them that you heard about today, are all great. They have fantastic capabilities, but they also are pretty much maxed out on the kind of data that they have access to. We heard that, of course, it's 1 trillion words. It's massive amount of information that more than any one human being can process. But that is what I would call a mile wide and an inch deep, because about 95% of the world's data is still dark. It's inside enterprises, it's inside governments that the model doesn't have access to yet. That's really why we think that the domain-specific models, localized models, would actually get adopted a lot more. This is not a representation of the size of the model. This is just a representation of the adoption rates of the models itself, and then where it could potentially go, and where we're already seeing public-private partnerships coming together to start with a base model and then grow from there, right? So that's the combination we are potentially starting to see grow as well. And I promised to talk about democratizing Gen AI equitably and responsibly, right? So today's large language models evolved because there was a large amount of data sets that were available. There's reasonably large amount of compute that was available, but then they also built out compute specifically for these kinds of models. These kinds of compute environments didn't just exist before. They're pretty much custom built for building these models. So they had a set of outcomes in mind that drove the data set size, and then there was some back and forth between what you can get it. The model sizes and the data set sizes combined kind of dictated what kind of compute needs you needed. And the trifecta between data set size, model set size, and compute requirements enable the outcomes that you're seeing today. The problem is that kind of compute is only available to a very, very small group of people. And the inverse of doing the evolution really is to say, okay, I have access to compute that is very limited. Therefore, let me figure out what data set size I can actually get access to, which will then dictate what kind of model sizes I can actually build, which will then actually get the kind of outcomes you will go after. Right? That's what I would call the non-equitable democratization of this technology, where let's just limit ourselves upfront before going and building a model in terms of what access we think we can get. Really, the equitable approach to doing this is actually going in and doing it responsibly, where it's not sustainable to just keep increasing the model sizes and the compute sizes going up. We really have to think about carefully the outcomes we want to enable. Let the outcomes dictate the size of the data set. And let us work together with the experience of building these large models and improve the technology to make sure that we can actually have these models behave in a way that they can get us the outcomes in a way that is sustainable from a compute perspective. Right? So the compute sizes have to shrink. The model sizes can change, the model types can change, the architecture can change itself, but we need to be responsible about thinking about outcomes that don't actually shrink. In fact, the outcomes have to grow with lower resources, so we need to figure out how to do more with less. Okay? And the last point I would make really is around benchmarks. They're definitely necessary, but not a sufficient condition. And we're rapidly going towards making Goodhart's law real for this particular use case, because the minute you turn a measure into a target that people need to achieve, then that becomes useless as a measure itself to actually start comparing. And we're rapidly acknowledging that, because you can go look at any number of leaderboards around the world. A model says they're fantastic in a particular leaderboard. The next day another model comes out, they are better in a different leaderboard. And then you keep going at this game. It's needed because somebody has to say, what are you comparing against? But we also have to look at that from a responsible standpoint to say, is it useful? I'm maxed out on a particular leaderboard, but can I actually deploy this for my particular use case? Can I do it in a sustainable cost basis? Can I actually deploy it in the geographies that I need to be deploying it? Those are also axes of comparisons that we need to be having a conversation around. And I just want to end on the note of caution that benchmarks are fantastic, but they're not the only ones we can rely on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arun. And our next speaker is Professor Vikram Madhve, the Donald B. Gillies Professor of Computer Science for University of Illinois. Adve's research lies in developing and using compiler techniques to improve the performance, programmability, and energy efficiency of computer systems. He, along with his student, was responsible for the LLVM compiler architecture, which is used in a number of, in Apple devices and NVIDIA GPUs, lots of different places today. And he is also the co-founder of the Center for Digital Agriculture at the University of Illinois, and leads AI Farms, a national artificial intelligence institute that's been created to tackle the challenges faced in world agriculture. Thank you, Vikram.
Thank you very much, Vivek. And thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak here. I am really encouraged to see that both GPAI but also the Indian government is really taking AI very, very seriously, both the challenges and the opportunities. I'm going to focus a little bit here on AI opportunities in agriculture, although I do think that ag as a domain is sort of a microcosm of quite a few other domains in the world that have advanced technical challenges, but also enormous social benefits. One interesting observation about ag is that modern agriculture really is, I would say, quite far behind the curve in the adoption of AI and some other advanced technologies. It has seen relatively low penetration of technology and AI, broadly speaking, and that is even true in the most developed countries today. But in the global south, for example, where farming is typically quite small scale and relatively low tech, it's even further behind. But at the same time, I think that generative AI technologies have really strong potential in agriculture, and there are a few reasons for this, mainly because of some essential features of modern agriculture. One of the most important is that for successful farming, for productivity, for sustainability, advisory services are absolutely crucial to enable the adoption of better practices, both advanced technologies, but also fundamentally better management practices. But at the same time, many low-income and smallholder farmers have very limited access to advisory services. In the West, for example, land-grant universities have very sophisticated extension units that provide advice to farmers. These were created in the time of the Civil War by Abraham Lincoln and have been developing ever since. So they provide tremendous benefits to the farming community, but it's not true in many other parts of the world. But I think that's one potential opportunity for generative AI, where you can provide automated advisory services, but I don't think that's actually the most effective way to deploy these kinds of services in practice. I think that there are professional crop advisors, agronomists, extension specialists, and others who help farmers make decisions in farming, in production farming. And they have to have an understanding of the literature. They have to be able to provide expert guidance. And I think that is, in fact, a much more effective way to deploy some of these generative AI tools and services. It's also true for scientific researchers, by the way, who have to keep up with the vast literature. Ag tech industry professionals also have to be able to stay on top of extensive technical knowledge and can benefit from these kinds of tools. Another really important dimension is that farming and farm management is an extensively quantitative domain, where you have to make data-driven decisions with quantitative predictions about the outcomes of different farm management practices. And this is crucial to productivity and sustainability. And so all of these features, I think, are can benefit from generative AI tools and services. In the AI Institute that I lead, AI Farms, we have a project called Crop Advisor that is intended to be an interactive, data-driven advice and decision support system for farmers. I'm just going to spend a minute on this just to illustrate the kind of capabilities that we think are important in this kind of domain. This is aimed at the full spectrum of agriculture professionals, from farmers, crop advisors, industry advisors, as well as government officials and many others. And it has to be extremely multimodal, because ag fundamentally is very much driven by all kinds of different data, including images, video, as well as text and speech. We aim to give responses with both text and images with multimodal analysis. One of the most important aspects of agriculture is that it's extremely local. The decisions, the nature, the optimization choices that farmers make are highly dependent on the soil conditions, the weather conditions, the local products, and so on. So the tools have to be very locally driven. They also have to be data-driven because, as I said, it's very competitive. And we aim to make this tool be open source and public domain. And in fact, the right way to think about this is not as a single tool or service, but really as sort of a collection of technologies that can be adopted in bits and pieces and added to both existing products or to create new products and services on top of this. And this is a very quick screen grab from the current version of the tool, which can take an image and a query and actually give you reasonably informative answers about what's going on in the image. I won't try to take you through this today, but if anybody's interested, I'll be happy to talk to you about this offline. So I think one important aspect of generative AI in the context of agriculture, but this very much holds in many other advanced technical domains as well, is that I think what you're seeing in terms of the capability of the technology today is still quite limited. We're only really scratching the surface, and there's a lot of advances, technical advances and policy advances needed to really make it be successful and fulfill its full potential. One of them is that modern computer vision techniques really have very limited semantic understanding. Even though this is one of the most successful aspects of AI and generative AI, it's still very limited in its understanding of the underlying semantics and the domain itself. Second, decision making really is very data driven in many different domains, including agriculture, but the kinds of automatic code generation and API invocations and so on that generative AI tools do today have relatively poor accuracy. And so there's quite a bit of research that's still needed in order to improve the reliability, accuracy, the effectiveness of the code that's generated by these tools. Third, agriculture fundamentally is a deeply technical domain. There's literally thousands of years of research in this area and dramatically deep domain understanding and scientific understanding. It's true in many different domains, of course. But getting the underlying technical understanding of the domain is going to be important to improve the quality of these generative AI tools. And finally, there are very serious policy challenges. I think this is true in almost every domain. One really important point, though, is that the challenges vary and differ quite significantly from one domain to the next. So, for example, there's a lot of concern with things like deep fakes and serious privacy issues and security issues. These are not actually the dominant issues in agriculture. There are other more important issues like the challenges of data ownership and silos, which make it very difficult to actually access all the data that's needed. The infrastructure costs are serious, the language barriers are serious, literacy barriers are serious as well. So that's my last slide. I really believe that we are very, very early in terms of exploring the technology and the potential of the technology for addressing many world goals. I think we're in the first over of the first inning of this test match, and we have a long, long way to go. I think the technology holds tremendous promise, including in very low resource domains like agriculture. There are significantly fewer risks in this domain, which kind of hopefully will make it easier to deploy the technology. But at the same time, there's a lot of advances needed to really fulfill the potential, as I said. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vikram. Thanks, Vikram. We will now go to Dr. Janine Berg from the International Labour Organization, an expert at the GPI Working Group on the Future of Work. She's a senior economist and head of the Effective Labour Institutions Unit at the ILO, and she's the author of several books and numerous articles on employment, labor, market institutions, and the digital transformation of work. Thanks, Janine.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about what are the potential effects of generative AI on the labor market. Since the launch of ChatGPT last year, there's been a lot of articles in the press about a pending jobs apocalypse, and so we wanted to address this question with an analysis. My coworkers and I did a study, and we actually used ChatGPT for our study, which was also very helpful because it gave us a lot of insights into how we could augment people's work at work. So since I don't have much time, I'm not going to get into all of the methodology, but I just want to explain a little bit so you can understand what we did. So every day we go to work and we do a lot of different tasks in our job. So all jobs have tasks within them. Jobs are classified according to the International Standard of Classification of Occupations. There's 436 occupations in the ISCO, it's called ISCO 08. What we did was we used ChatGPT and also our expert knowledge to look at the tasks and to see which of these tasks could be potentially exposed to generative AI technology. And then we did a clustering of the tasks by these broad occupational categories. So as I mentioned, there's 436 occupations, but they're categorized. There's a 3-digit level, 2-digit level, and then the 1-digit broad category. There's 9 main categories. If you look at the main categories, what we did is with each of the tasks, if it had a score of 0.5 or above, you had a medium exposure to the technology. If you had an exposure of 0.75 or above, it was high exposure. So we did a semantic cluster with the technology, we used it, and this is our results here. So if you can see, clerical support workers, that broad occupational category, which would include secretaries, administrative assistants, call center workers, many people in business process outsourcing, 58% of their tasks have a medium exposure to generative AI technology, and 24% of their tasks have a high exposure. When we look at technicians and associate professionals, service and sales workers, it's all about 25% of their tasks. So they have some exposure, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have a huge exposure. There's still a lot of things that they have to do during their day that would keep them from being automated. You can see that clearly at the category of managers. So 14% of their tasks in total are exposed to generative AI, but of course they're dealing with clients, they're trying to get new clients, they're having a lot of face-to-face interaction, and those types of activities would be what we would call augmented. The other lower tasks, which are basically people doing physical jobs, also very much face-to-face human interaction, have less exposure. So the last presentation on skilled agricultural workers, 8% of their jobs of their tasks could be potentially affected by the technology. So in the next step, what we did was to take these numbers and then apply them to labor force survey data to get a global picture. So this is our main contribution. At the ILO, we have a microdata repository, so all of the national statistical offices send us their data and we have it. There's about 170 countries with labor force survey data, some of it very good, some of it not so good. Enough countries at the 4-digit level that we were able then to do an estimate with countries that had 3-digit or 2-digit level to do this global estimate. So let me talk about the bottom panel first, and then I'll talk about the top panel. So the bottom panel is on automation. So a few caveats. First of all, this is assuming that everybody that's exposed to the technology is going to be using it. And that's likely not going to happen, because we know that in many countries you have poor internet connection, poor broadband connection, you don't have digital skills, and of course there's a lot of delays in incorporating technology. The other speaker talked about how a lot of companies haven't even used this technology, or they just use it very quickly. So many organizations are not going to adopt it. So this is very much an upper threshold, and the point of this analysis isn't to make bets about the big numbers, but rather to indicate the numbers so we can prepare ourselves in terms of policy. So the countries that would be most affected by this would be high-income countries and upper-middle-income countries, and that's really a reflection of the way that their labor force is structured in those economies. So they have a lot more jobs that would be potentially exposed to the technology. If you look at high-income countries, we see 5.1% of employment, and most of this would really affect women. So women is the orange bar, so 3.5 percentage points of the jobs that would be lost would be women's, and that's because women are more likely to be in clerical occupations. In low-income countries, it's 0.4% of employment, just because you have fewer people in those jobs. Then the top number is the augmentation potential. So augmentation potential is people like myself who are able to use the technology and become more productive, but not necessarily be automated. At least I hope not. So if you look at the augmentation numbers, you see that the potential for augmentation is 13% in the world. Low-income countries still have a high potential for augmentation if they were able to adopt the technology, 10.4%, and in high-income countries, 13.4%. Now, this does not account for new jobs that will be created. We know that with every technological transformation, there are new jobs that we can't think about. Today in the United States, 60% of jobs that exist did not exist in 1940. And I always like to give the example of mobile phone repair shops. You see them in every corner, every place in the world. They didn't exist 15 years ago. So there's always new jobs that are being created. And in fact, we know that even within this space of AI, we have millions and millions of people who are training AI systems. And those Those are examples of new jobs, but not necessarily great jobs. So I don't have time to get into, well, I'll get into a little bit, the policy recommendations. So the main objective of this analysis was really to just get policymakers to start thinking about what this means in the world of work and what could be done so that we don't react, we actually proact. So with respect to automation, we have some kind of broad recommendations. First about, if a big organization adopts the technology, within that organization to prioritize redeployment of their staff rather than job loss. To use social dialogue to discuss with the workers' organizations or with the workers themselves about this. To provide social protection and skills development to those affected, so this could be within the company or this more broadly society. People do need to be trained, people need to be upskilled, but people need to have some sort of income when they're going through that training. If they don't have income, then they don't do the training, and usually then they have scarring effects in their career path. We need to be investing in sectors that are underfunded, that there's a lot of need in the world, such as in the care economy or the green economy. And we need to ensure that these new jobs, such as these data labelers, are actually jobs of good quality. For augmentation, so augmentation can be really positive, but it also can be negative if it's imposed onto the workers without any discussion of the workers. And I think we've all had experiences in the workplace when new technology is introduced to us and there's no feedback from us and it just doesn't work well. And this can affect people's job quality. So it's really important to have this dialogue with workers or workers' organizations about how technology is designed, about how it's deployed, and having this discussion with management about how technology is used. So this is really important, especially since some of this technology can take decision-making away from the employees, which then reduces their job quality. And this, of course, is more easily done when workplaces are unionized, but even if they're not unionized, when there's workers' engagement. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Janine. Our next speaker is Professor Alastair Knott from the Victoria University of Wellington and co-lead of the GPI Social Media Governance Project. Professor Knott works in the area of cognitive science and artificial intelligence, and he was also a co-founder of the Otago University's Center for AI and Public Policy in 2018. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for inviting me on this panel. It's a very interesting opportunity. So what I'll be talking about is one bit of work that we did in the GPay project that I co-lead with Dino Piedreski, who's here on the slide. This is a social media governance project overall, I suppose. And so we're thinking about how social media could be overseen and what's going on with AI and social media. But in fact, in this talk, I'm going to talk about a specific proposal that we have in the area of AI-generated content. And it's kind of a typical GPay project, I would say, in the sense that we're suggesting a particular technical solution to a particular technical problem. And that's kind of what GPay is all about. It's a group of AI experts. And so see what you think. So here's the central problem. The internet is about to be flooded. Well, not just the internet, actually. The world is about to be flooded with AI-generated content. So this is likely to be a problem, it seems to me. We're going to have a completely new information ecosystem. We have situations that we've never had before in the area of authentication. So until now, we've always known that if you see a photograph or a picture where it was taken by a person or drawn by a person, and if it's text, well, by God, it was written by a person. But we no longer have that certainty. So we have this new question that we've never had before. It's never arisen before. Was this given item of content created by a person or a machine or some mixture? So that's the question that we'd like to address. It's a technical problem, I suppose. We're looking for what is a good technical solution to this, and how can we sort of move towards that so that we can answer this question? So I suppose maybe the first thing we should say is that why is it important to know this? Well, I don't think there's a single reason. You might think that there's, we have some right to know if we're talking to a machine or a person, but I prefer arguments which kind of go to particular domains. So like we're a social media project, and we first of all we're thinking about social media. So for instance, in social media, the people in social media companies need to detect large-scale AI-fueled disinformation campaigns. That's something that politicians are very interested in these days. We certainly are going to have new campaigns of this sort, and we need new ways of identifying them. So this is part of the authentication problem as it plays out in social media, where the consumers of content are social media companies whose business it is to disseminate content. But that's not the only place. So I'm in a university, probably many of you are as well. in schools and in universities, there's another kind of authentication problem. When you receive a piece of work by a student, of course, AI tools are going to be extremely useful in education, but we also don't want to throw away all of the assessment methods that we've been using for hundreds of years, like the essay or something like that. So we would like to be able to know, as teachers assessing content by students, whether the student wrote it, basically, or what role the student had, because that's important in the way we discuss the content. It's not that we can't make use of it, it's not that students can't make use of it, but the way I approach the content as an assessor of content, as a teacher, is going to be different if I know that it came from someone pressing a button compared to if they wrote it from scratch by themselves. And so there again, there's an authentication need here, I think. And that's kind of true in other professional contexts as well. So if I'm an employer who asks a contractor to produce a report for me, I would like to know whether that report was written by them or generated by a machine or some mixture. I'd like to have some more transparency about the content. And I have new questions that I never had before, basically. So does that make sense, the question that we need to address? So we need reliable ways of detecting AI-generated content. So there are detection tools, and I'll be focusing on detection tools. There's various things you can do, but I'll be talking about detection tools, and that's our proposal. So detection tools that are built externally to companies are just not very good, and they're going to get worse as the generators get better. The gap between, for instance, human-generated text and AI-generated text is going to narrow, and so there's going to be an increasingly small signal that's going to be usable by detectors that are built externally. So literally just looking at the text, looking at the content, pretty soon is not going to be of any use, right? Okay, so how do we do this? I think, in general, the best thing to think about is that, okay, you can't just look at the content, but what you can do if you're building a generator is you can set up your generator to help support detection. You can put in various mechanisms, instrument your generator in one way or another to support to support detection of the content. So that's the direction that we're pushing in. So we proposed a new rule, and it's the bit in yellow there, so just have a look at that and see what you think. A company that produces an AI generator must demonstrate and supply for free, actually, a reliable detection tool for the content that it generates as a condition for that generator's release to the public. So that's the proposal. So we've written a couple of reports presenting that idea, and I'm keen to talk about it afterwards or now or whenever. So we have some quite eminent co-authors just to sort of give some credibility to it. So Yoshua Bengio and Stuart Russell are both co-authors of these papers. So our proposal has had good traction with policymakers. So it was adopted by the EU Parliament in the Parliament's suggested amendments to the AI Act that were specifically catering for foundation models and generation models. We believe that it was included in the final text that was just agreed by the trilogue, but that final text hasn't been released, I don't think, at least I don't know, I haven't checked. But this is all extremely kind of like, it's just happened, they stayed awake for 3 nights. We think that this idea is still included in that. It was also quite influential in US policymaking processes because our co-authors, Bengio and Russell, were some of the people who were giving evidence in this recent Senate judiciary hearing into AI. And it probably worked its way through that into, there's various things in the executive order on AI that make reference to detection mechanisms as well as other provenance checking mechanisms. So there's lots of technical and policy making questions to discuss. I don't have any time to do that. I thought I would just put up very quickly, if you're interested in the papers, you can have a look at our social media governance project, which you can get to on the GPay website. So do we want to use detection tools or schemes that certify the provenance by kind of holding a history of a piece of content from its creation through its dissemination or changing? Biden is very interested in both of those, and we're interested to talk about both of them as well. Watermarking methods are the thing that people mostly talk about. Actually, your Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi, mentioned the word watermarking in his talk the other day, and I was like, am I dreaming, or am I hearing a Prime Minister using technical AI jargon in a public speech? It was like a strange moment. But anyway, given that Dipandu is here, I also wanted to mention another thing, which I think is a better method, potentially, for building support for detection into a generator, which is basically, if you're, for instance, OpenAI, you can log all of the text that you generate into a big private Scro log, and then you can run your detection system as a simple plagiarism detector on that private log. So there's all sorts of issues to discuss there, but this is a pure information retrieval solution to AI content detection. And given that, we've got on the stage here representatives from the absolute authorities on internet search and IR in general, it's an interesting thing to discuss, I think. And there's been one paper on it. It was quite good. This system is better at resisting adversarial attacks, like, for instance, paraphrasing. And the work that was done, it's been, just very quick, but the work was not done by AI experts. And so I think there's great mileage in there. There's also issues to do with content that is only partially AI generated, and there's also issues to do with open source ecosystem generators. All of those are great questions, and I'd love to talk about them, but I've just run out of time, so thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. So our last presenter for the day is Dr. Pratyush Kumar. Dr. Pratyush Kumar is co-founder of Sarvam AI, and he has worked at Microsoft Research and IBM Research, but most importantly, he co-founded AI for Bharat, which has pioneered Indian language applications. He holds a PhD from ETH Zurich and a BTech from IIT Bombay, and his mission is to democratize Gen AI at scale in India. So,
yeah, thanks Vivek, and hi everybody. Great to be part of the rich discussion in this panel, but also in GPI in generally, because it's one of the last talks here. I thought I'll just show you some demos and create some excitement. I know there is excitement mixed with caution in the panel so far, so I'll just show you some things. Hopefully it looks cool. But the broader question here is, how do we build LLMs to support more people to use this technology, but do it also in a way that is frugal, right? So we talked about access, responsibility, and so on. So there's an interesting picture here of a llama and an elephant sitting on top. I hope you make sense of it as we go on. So a few important points. Don't look at the text, but just the key points here. Firstly, it's great that we have models like GPT, models like BARD, but there are also, interestingly, many open weight models, like Llama, Mistral, you might have heard about. But the challenge is most of these open models don't support Indian languages. For example, Hindi. If you ask one of these models to translate from English to Hindi, it would not do a good job, right? Models like GPT do support Hindi. But the second point is, if I were to take a sentence in English, and if I were to translate it to Hindi, the number of tokens, which is the unit in which you measure the representation of these models, that increases by 3 to 4 times. So if I need to say something in Hindi, I need to pay 4 times more tokens to do that than in English, right? And as you would know, tokens is what defines the cost in accessing these models. So in some sense, it's an accessibility barrier. And the third point is, most of these models, as we heard, are trained on trillions of tokens, and they typically come from the public web and some extra sources which we don't know of. But the thing is, in the public web, there isn't as much high-quality Indian language text. There is text, but it is probably not as diverse, and in terms of the quantity also, it's much, much lesser. So these are the problems that we are facing. So the question is, how do I take a model, let's say an open weight model like Llama, and how do I get it to speak well in Hindi? And what are our requirements? Firstly, we need to, as we go from English to an English plus Hindi model, we shouldn't forget English, right? We shouldn't lose the skills that the model already has in English. Secondly, we need to be able to deal with that 3x, 4x problem that we talked about. It should be as easy or as efficient to speak in Hindi as it is in English. It should be able to, of course, generate what is called Romanized Hindi. I don't know, many of you might not know this. In India, we tend to type with a QWERTY keyboard. And though we have scripts for all our languages, we use the QWERTY keyboard to write Hindi, for example. That's what is Romanized Hindi. We also use code mixing. We say English words, Hindi words together and try to make sense of it. And also you should be able to do things like take some text that's available in English, but deal with it in Hindi. So let me show you some videos that will be, I'm going to skip this slide. This is the technical slide of how we do it. It starts talking about, hey, let's take a model like Llama, which is available. Let's increase what is called the vocabulary to support Indian languages. Then we do something strange. We teach it translation, which ensures that the model knows how to go from Hindi to English, English to Hindi. Then we do something called multilingual next token prediction. Instead of just predicting the next token English like we saw in the slides earlier. We ask it to mix Hindi and English, and we do a few other things to also improve the model. And here is what is possible if you do all these things. I somehow don't see the video. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm going to try and mute this. So this is a very long video. You can find it on YouTube. But I'm just going to show you a few snippets of what is possible by going forward. So here I asked the model to write an essay in Hindi about the natural beauty and diversity of India, and oops, this is a bit finicky. And it does a good job. It answers in Hindi. This is the Llama model that adds Indian language skills on top, and that too, it's a very small 7 billion model. And what is interesting about it, there's a token counter at the bottom that you can see. It's increasing as the text is being generated. And it turns out that if you were to look at the same text coming out of a model, let us say like GPT, the number of tokens that you would find on that, if I pasted this text here, the entire output, it is 1,397 tokens, whereas in the model that I was showing you, it was a few hundred tokens. So that is the token efficiency that you can achieve, and primarily because the Indian language text is not represented within the vocabularies. They are unicodes to the model. It doesn't make sense of it, right? That is one key thing. You can generate the output in Indian languages. I also asked it to generate the recipe of palak paneer. I hope some of you got to taste palak paneer outside, but it gives the recipe in Hindi and so on. Also, what is interesting is because these models have seen so much more content in English rather than in Hindi, you could do the following. You could say, write a conversation between Harry Potter and Hanuman, okay? And they are both talking about an interesting philosophical concept of devotion or something like that, right? And this is what these generative models are capable of doing, and I fully agree, we haven't yet tapped into what they can do. But because the model has seen so much more about Harry Potter in English, I ask it to write a response first in English, right? And it does a good job. It understands who Harry Potter is, what his context is, and so on. And then the same model can go ahead and translate it very accurately to Hindi. Okay, it takes a bit longer. It's an interesting conversation. You can look at this video. And then it's able to translate it, and you get a good answer in Hindi. Right? Let me move on. The same story here with tokenizers. It actually is quite efficient. Another example is this one. This is an NCERT textbook, which is the national curriculum in India. I can take some paragraph of text from here. Again, I'm missing this. I can copy maybe a paragraph of text. This is an education use case. A student, let's say, is trying to learn this particular paragraph, and I paste it in the context, and then I say, answer the following based on the above context. And notice the content is in English, but a person could ask a question like now in code mixed Hindi. So I could say, I'm not sure why it's not moving forward. I can say constellation kya hai, which means what is a constellation, and it is able to answer this question grounded on this text, right? So you're able to ask, let's say, in code mixed language. You can possibly also ask in Hindi, as I do here, graha shabd ki utpatti kya hai, which means what is the origin of the word planet, which is answered again in this particular text. And you can also, if you were to also ask questions like, what does the passage say about the weight of the moon, and the student is not learning about the weight of the moon, the model should say the passage does not mention about the weight of the moon. So it's grounded on that piece of text, right? There's another example of, you can do this with e-governance as well, so I'll skip that in the interest of time. You can also have people looking at government policies and trying to, instead of looking at this legalese, they can have that in the context and ask questions and get them answered. For example, let me just show you one example. I could say, if I had to close my connection, then what should I do? Agar mujhe connection close karna ho, to policy kya kehti hai? And I can actually get it answered based on that particular policy. Right? This goes on, and because we are at the AI Summit, there's also this declaration of AI safety from the AI Safety Summit. So I pasted that whole piece of text, which is very difficult for someone in Hindi to understand. But I take that whole text, and then I can say, summarize this in a few bullet points, right? Summarize in Hindi in few bullet points, and it writes the response, giving you 7 or 8 bullet points, summarizing a fairly long multi-page text, right? I'll just move on quickly to one more thing. One other thing, of course, which is very important is, okay, this is, one other thing is translation, being able to translate content in English to Hindi. So the model is very capable of doing that. But one other thing that you might find a bit interesting is I ask it to translate a line of code from a technical paper, which is from OpenAI on GPT, right? And this is something very technical. It has jargon and so on. And you can say the following. You can say, translate the above technical text somehow literally to Hindi, then analyze the complexity in that text, and then simplify it for me, right? So when we talk about accessibility of content, accessibility for various people, is not just literal translation that you need. You want to be able to take some content, and now the model says this content contains many complex commands. Now it's doing that thinking in English, by the way, and then it rewrites a translation which ends up being simplified and easier to understand, right? So making content accessible as opposed to just doing technical translation, right? I'll stop there. The intent here is to make it an open, it's called OpenHathi because it's an open source effort of models and data sets, and we look forward to hearing from people who want to contribute. Thank you.
Thanks, Pratyush. I think this was a wonderful set of presentations that we had to kick off this session. So now we'll actually move into the second part where we're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to have a bunch of questions that we will ask the various panelists. Probably do it in about 3 rounds of questions, which combine various questions that were there. And after that, we can have, if we have time, we'll have a few questions from the audience. So I think one of the things that has been very clear from all the presentations, right, that generative AI has transformative potential. But I think that we need to balance that need for innovation with the potential harmful effects, right, of generative AI. And I think that there are various different kinds, I mean, I think that of issues, right, that, how do we promote, inclusivity and accessibility in generative AI, right? Generative AI fundamentally depends upon, where data is available, right? Where there is lack of data, you can't really make models that represent those kinds of people and things. Then, of course, how do you deal with the uneven distribution, right, of computational resources, right? This is building some of these models really, requires a dramatic amount of computational resource, and the number of people who can do this is actually getting smaller and smaller. And of course, how do we actually kind of maintain the best practices for data security and privacy, and as well as, how do we address the potential biases that are inherent in some of these. So I think I would like to take these 2 or 3 questions together, and then we can go down, starting with Pandu, moving on to actually comment on what their views are on some of these questions.
No, you're absolutely right that questions of bias and the training data that goes into it are perhaps one of the biggest challenges here that's sort of under the covers in this situation. I think Pratyush certainly had some very interesting things to say about it in terms of the access to different sources of information to make sure that your data mix of your training data is appropriate so that different aspects are properly represented. I think that's actually a really good point. There are also issues, like I mentioned, to make sure that just because you have data doesn't mean you include it. You make sure that you keep out data that is maybe less desirable. Safe search is the kind of thing I was talking about. You keep that out. And I think, again, just to highlight a note that I made earlier, from a policy perspective, there has been talk of we should make sure that we actually have access for cross-border data transfers with trusted guardrails, of course, because getting access to information from different countries is actually a very key part of inclusivity in that sense. But having said that, I will say that the whole issue of bias is an area of active research. And what does that actually mean? I don't think there's an easy answer here. We are certainly looking very hard at this question from a research perspective. I know lots of others are, and I think we should all be very much on top of trying to advance the state of the art and continue to address this.
Thank you. Those are three very big questions. I want to talk just a little bit about the second question and then the third. I know that coming here, and I've heard before, but the notion of compute resources is just critically important for both small and medium businesses and for governments as well. And so talking about what could be an innovation corridor or an innovation handshake where some of the compute resources could be either shared, licensed, leased between a large corporate organization and an academic or a nonprofit or a small and medium business in some fashion, supported by potentially government incentives, would be, I think, very useful for us to think about in a deeper way. In terms of thinking about the question around bias, it might be helpful just to talk a little bit about how some of these products are developed. And I'm actually reasonably certain that what I'm going to say is pretty close to what might happen at Google as well. But we started, or there'll be differences, but the notion of developing products, I think. We started thinking about artificial intelligence and responsible AI in the 2016-17 timeframe, developing at that time a very high-level committee of 2 or 3 key executives, Brad Smith, a guy named Kevin Scott, who's our CTO, and then Eric Horowitz in our research group, with a committee called Ether. It's AI, ethics, and engineering research, to really examine some of the sensitive use cases. In 2019, then we actually created an Office of Responsible AI within the legal group. And that group was to advise the product teams in terms of how they develop products. So that group is small, highly knowledgeable, capable, diverse perspectives, anthropologists, sociologists, lawyers, policymakers, and has a team that they work with of over 350 responsible AI champions within the product teams. So the AI champions are responsible to create an impact assessment for every use of artificial intelligence in our products, and to report in to the team within legal those sensitive use cases. Sensitive use cases might be in 3 primary categories. A use that could impact someone's legal rights. So a recent example that I really thought about related to the United States Veterans Administration and the kinds of pension and benefits that they provide to veterans. It could impact legal rights. The second one is use cases that could impact or negatively impact someone's physical well-being or psychological well-being. And the third would be a case that could impact someone's human rights. So we think about those sensitive use cases. When they come in, we've examined over 650 of them in the last couple of years. That is a very hands-on and iterative process between the Office of Responsible AI and the product team. There is a large element of red teaming that's involved there, where individuals from these various backgrounds, different ethnicities and different other backgrounds, just really try to identify harms. They query and query and query and query. And when it's identified, then being able to mitigate that in terms of the kinds of responses that are produced, either with classifiers or meta prompts that really direct the user to a different place. Part of this is automated, and a lot of it is still very, very manual by people very skilled at doing this. that process will continue and will continue to get better and better and better. We will continue to work along with Google, I think in partnership with Google, with some standards bodies to really think about content provenance and ensuring that content that is manipulated is identified. I think that technology and the development of that technology is ongoing. We have questions about multimodal uses of the technology and how this kind of provenance is identified. And then I finally think there is an element of really broad media and consumer literacy that needs to happen at the consumer level, at the level of the judiciary, and even at the level of our government officials to understand how we can best mitigate against these harms. And I think it's really important that we be very collaborative in doing all of those kinds of things.
Thanks, Mary. Arun?
Okay, thank you. I'll maybe start with offering an analogy. There are lots of analogies being given for Gen AI and other things. But think of, say, the access to generative AI technology akin to access to electricity. So it becomes as widely available and as easily usable and as equitably usable. A kilowatt of power coming out of India, if you take away things like availability, is no different from a kilowatt of power anywhere else in the world. So from what you can do with it should not be any different. But who produces it, how you produce it, has massive amounts of regulation depending on where in the world you are. Like whether you're using nuclear, you're using renewable energy, or somebody has a small renewable, solar power in their own house. Different kinds of regulations, different kinds of incentives. The end use is also fantastically different. Just think of that in terms of regulating a piece of technology that could potentially have a transformational impact on people's lives as great as electricity. That's one, right? And the other thing, I'll maybe take a contrarian view on policy in terms of the harmful effects of AI, partly because we are, as the professor said, we are in the first over of the first inning. We really don't know how the rest of the overs are going to evolve. That's one. But the other thing also is we've seen these kinds of policies have a significant detrimental effect on communities who have potentially not actually grown up into being able to use any of these technologies and then being over-regulated before they even get started, right? So it's fantastic for the folks like ourselves to be sitting here and saying we need to be responsible about what we are doing. We absolutely are. You heard great initiatives going on in Microsoft and Google and many number of different companies. But there are also the other end of the spectrum where people are not even gotten started. They don't have access to compute. They don't have access to data sets. They are barely starting to play with something like this. We can't regulate them out of innovation. So we have to be very careful about what we think about regulation, both from the perspective of let us not have the haves get more and the have-nots actually get less and increase the inequity in the process, right? The other thing I'll also end with is I'm super hopeful about this technology, as great as it is, coming from the world of research and understanding what these models can actually do. I'm of the camp that the models are extremely, I would say, prediction missions from the perspective of interpolation only. Meaning, if you try to get these models to actually be cognitive engines, to actually ask them to think, they fail miserably. Doesn't really matter how large the model is, doesn't really matter how many aspects of algorithms that get added in up to this point in time. Just basic thought processes. If you think of them as thought machines, they fail miserably, right? So we have a long way to go between where we are today to actually these machines thinking for themselves. That's just a personal opinion. Of course, there are lots of pioneers of the technology that think otherwise. I just want to caveat that. But in terms of mistaking a few examples that seem to outsmart human beings to actual intelligence, we need to be very careful about that kind of conversation. Okay, I'll just pause there.
So following up on what you were talking about, electricity, I mean, I think what we're seeing in the labor market data is the real risk of greater productivity divides between lower income countries that don't have, as it stands, sufficient access to electricity or broadband, and now they're not going to be able to have the computational power to use this sort of technology. So we're going to see, there's a bigger risk of a greater divide in productivity among countries and a greater divide in productivity among richer firms and poorer firms, or small firms and large firms. So that's one huge risk. And then, of course, the other one is about women and men in the labor market. Our analysis showed really clearly that women have the potential to be 2.5 times more affected by the automation potential of this technology than men, which already there's huge gaps in the labor market for women, so this puts another pressure. And it really calls for the need for having social protection and training programs and other policies that can support women. And so this means, policies that have women in mind when they're designed, because often policies don't have women in mind when they're designed, and then also investing in sectors that could be the potential for jobs for women.
Thanks. So I want to throw another risk in, I guess, that hasn't been mentioned yet. But I think it's a really interesting one. I was reminded of it from what Mary was saying about air flight safety. And it's this idea that if you are a user of a generative text model, for instance, it's rather easy to fall out of the loop and actually kind of think that it's okay, but not be doing the work yourself. And actually this goes to what you were saying as well, Arun. These models aren't thinking for themselves, but they can stand in for thinking processes. And it's rather easy for someone who's rather alienated from the whole process to say, oh, that looks right. And that's such a different process from having to write some text myself. The process of generating content is vastly different from the process of consuming it and reading it and saying, yeah, that's more or less right. So I think it's very interesting to think about how we can make sure that users of generative tools don't fall into an autopilot kind of problem and not actually know how to do the work themselves. And certainly, if I'm consuming professional services from someone who is using one of these machines, I want to make sure that they can fly the plane, you know what I mean? So it's very interesting. One nice thing about aviation is that the pilots who fly us have to go and sit in a simulator once every 6 months and make sure that they can actually fly the plane. They throw problems, they turn the autopilot off, they simulate, technical faults and so on. And if the pilots can't fly the plane and do it themselves from scratch, then they don't retain their license. And so I wonder if there's something like that we might need in some professional context, that require professionals, for instance, to show that they can actually produce text and think for themselves, and not just use these as a complete crutch. And so I'm just throwing that one in there. It's a new one. So just to add to the list of worries, I guess.
I'd like to make maybe 3 points about these topics, broadly about access and about the impacts on equality. I think that one interesting research opportunity and really a development opportunity for the technologies is that the cost of compute is a hugely limiting factor in advancing both the applications and the underlying technologies for generative AI. But in fact, there have been quite a few research efforts to reduce the amount of compute that's actually required to create new applications and new tools. And in fact, because the cost of training of a foundation model is so enormous, one priority has been to make it cheaper to do that. And so people developed fine-tuning as a way to take a pre-trained model and then customize it. But even that is pretty expensive when you want to do a generative AI tool. And so then people developed even less expensive techniques. So there's a technique called retrieval augmented generation, where you don't have to do any training at all. You basically you can add a set of data sources and customize an application or generative AI tool for a particular task or domain using only by only introducing a set of sources and looking them up when somebody puts in a query. And that dramatically reduces the amount of compute that's required. And I think that's one direction that if we can strongly encourage further work in that area, it could really help democratize access and also the expansion of applications that build on top of these generative AI tools. But then that brings me to the second point, which is that data is critical. But in fact, to enable this kind of approach where you're democratizing access to AI, and this is, I think, part of the point Arun was making, that you want to invest in growing the data sources, not the compute requirements and the model sizes, right? I completely agree with that. but you have to enable the growth of that data and the access to the data. And there are all kinds of problems and obstacles in getting access to data. I don't think there's a lack of data. There's an enormous amount of data in many domains. What is really lacking is broad access to data. So one typical example is that many commercial organizations have enormous data sets they have developed through their commercial products, but which they tightly control and don't give access to. And that really limits the amount of sharing, which limits the effectiveness of these data-driven tools. And so creating either regulatory structures or incentive structures, depending on which part of the world you live in, to expand access or to reduce that sort of commercial protectionism and expand access to the underlying data, I think can be tremendously valuable. And then just very briefly, my last third point is that I think that, as I said, we are in the very early stages of this process. But in fact, one thing that I think people don't quite appreciate is that it's the underlying AI advances are not the primary kind of limiting factor of where we go from here. Leveraging even the current state of the art in AI, if you didn't do any progress at all, just leveraging the current state of the art in AI for many important world domains will require 5 to 10 years of investment, development, and so on. And at the same time, AI is, of course, advancing. And so I think investing in the applications, the use cases, and the tools and services that build on top of the AI capabilities is really going to be a fundamental sort of deciding factor in terms of the access and the outcomes in this whole world of AI.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've all been saying different things, so that's good. We have diversity, we're not using GPT. No, I broadly agree with everything. I'll just say one more thing, maybe as a last point that you were also saying. I think the companies that are leading this innovation are being very thoughtful, like Mary also outlined the process, I think, and organizations like GPI, and there will be other such things that we do as humanity in general to try and think of guardrails. The challenge is, what are we not thinking about, right? And one of them is, I think the ability for local communities to innovate for themselves, right? So who are the builders of this technology? That's right now very concentrated, right? And interestingly, if you look at this, I was just showing you some examples. I was prompting the model, it was doing different things. When was there ever a technology which you could say relatively anything and it does that for you, right? Of course, there are limitations and so on. The technology is quite powerful. And even just taking what exists today and enabling communities across the world to innovate for their local needs with their local value systems, right? And reducing the price of that innovation, compute being one, literacy being another. I think that is an important thing to focus on. While we talk about, hey, are these models doing the right thing? Is there provenance and so on? That is also super critical. But how do I ensure somebody in Africa, somebody in India, somebody in New Zealand is actually able to go build cool things for their family, for their community with that? I think that's one useful thing to invest in.
Thank you. I think we'll have a second round of questions coming back, and then we'll open up for a couple of audience questions. Is that okay? So we'll have a second round, one round of questions, or you want to? I think let's go for a second round of questions from here, and then we'll have some time for audience questions. So we will take a few audience questions. Just listen. So the first thing, of course, is I think one question, and I think is how might generative AI reshape the future of work? Okay, and what steps should be taken to prepare the workforce for these changes? And I think Janine, you talked about augmentation versus replacement of human work. How do we make sure that augmentation or other ways in which people are actually have to do things differently, and they're actually what they do is actually better as opposed to getting replaced? And I think that's always something that we need to manage, because it's coming, right? And that's one. And the second question is, and I think this is a larger question in the context of GPay, is that how do we kind of determine frameworks and guidelines, right? I mean, I think one of the things is, obviously, I know lots of things are happening in the EU, in the US, and various places, but I worry that this technology is moving so fast that we may either there are two dangers, right? One danger is that you actually kind of regulate too much without understanding the direction in which things are going to evolve. Or the second stage is you don't regulate certain things. And I think there will be, I mean, and if you look at the way technology is, I think there is dangers of both, things of acts of omission and commission as far as this is concerned. And how do you actually start thinking about continuously, and I think many of these frameworks need to be flexible, that over time when things happen that you have the ability to change what you're thinking about, because I think that's also something that's important, because the reality is changing so fast. Maybe we'll come backwards. Maybe Prathyush would start from.
This is future of work, and then something about regulation.
Yes.
Yeah, future of work. As we are all seeing, one of the most important use cases is the GitHub Copilot use case, where programmers are finding benefit of putting this thing to use. So things that we are doing within our knowledge processes, which are more or less routine and can be systematized, I think these tools will play a significant role. But I agree with this first innings thought process, right? The technology is so new. It's just a year now since we have all been seeing it. And there are many people in the ecosystem of innovation who haven't even put their thought on what they can do with it. So there's a lot more, I think, compositional innovation that is going to come. And I think the processes of work will tremendously change, at least in the Indian context, where we are a knowledge-driven economy to some extent. I think we have to think very deeply about how to augment our education and workplaces to take this into account. On regulation, I agree. My own personal instinct is to let individuals and communities self-regulate. Of course, at the very top, where there is incredible amount of power and aggregation of money, etc., there needs to be greater oversight. But enabling the grassroots to do more and sort of at the top having clear policies, I think this combination is a good one. But as you said, not be overhanded. And given that the technology is changing and we don't understand it, in fact, we don't even know what AGI is, right? So we worry about when will we reach AGI. We don't have there are various definitions and so on. So coming to a shared thought process about that, constantly communicating to the broader public, I think these are things to be done. Yeah, thanks.
I really don't have too much to add on these. I think maybe I just make one point about the future of work, which is I think we don't really understand yet what the impact is going to be. But for example, I think that there are quite a few areas where a lot of what we really need to do is to put in the thought and the creativity to figure out how to incorporate these new kinds of technologies and tools to make the work more effective. And I think programming is a classic example. I completely agree with you. I think that many people have this gut reaction that because GitHub Copilot and other tools like that can generate code automatically, programmers' jobs are threatened. But I think that's not even close to the truth. I think the real scenario that's quite likely to happen is that programmers will learn to incorporate Gen AI tools and generative programming tools, learning to figure out how to create the code much more efficiently and incorporate the code into applications that they're developing. And in fact, I speak to professional programmers who say that more than 50% of the code they write today is completely automatically generated, but they have to take the process of figuring out how to get it by asking the right prompt, putting the right prompts, figuring out whether it's correct or not, or meets the requirements, or modify it, and then figure out how to incorporate it into a larger application. And so there is a potential to improve the productivity of programmers. There's a potential to improve the quality of the code if people learn how to use these tools more effectively in identifying what to create. And there's a potential, I think, to expand the quality and the size of applications and the effectiveness of them. And that's just one sort of illustrative example. I think this feature is probably true in many other domains as well. So education is a classic one. I think teaching, really what we need to do is to figure out how would generative AI tools make learning more effective, as opposed by incorporating them into work assignments, by teaching students how to make best advantage of them in doing creative work, in writing and answering questions or whatever. And that's really a part of the goal, I think, that education can incorporate without giving up on the fundamental requirements of teaching that have always existed.
Thanks. Just to follow up on that last point, I guess it's sort of to do with the future of work, but I quite like the idea that in a teaching context, students should be required to generate content from scratch to start with, so that later on they can be informed users of the technology. It's a little bit, I know there's huge like disanalogies between Gen AI and pocket calculators, but I think on at least this note here, primary school kids have to use, have to do the arithmetic themselves, and then they're allowed to use calculators. And then when they use the calculators, they know what they're doing. And so I think maybe there should be something similar in educational systems that require people to still know how to do this stuff so that they can be good users of the technology. So I suppose that's sort of a future of work thing. But on the regulation thing, so I do like black letter regulation. I'm a fan of the EU's AI Act processes. And I think one thing I really like about that whole process is that the global conversation about AI and its impacts is a confused and chaotic one. And I think one of the purposes that's served by a big piece of regulation like that is to organize and structure the global discussion. Suddenly everyone's talking about the same text. And I think you get rid of some of the chaos, which is not beneficial to anyone, by having everyone's attention paid to the same text. And of course, there are many, there's a lot of work that's going to be needed to work out how to put the detail on the text that's just been agreed, or the Digital Services Act would be the same. But the point is that everyone's eyes, the company's eyes, the stakeholders' eyes, politicians' eyes, policymakers' eyes, are all looking at the same thing, and I think that's enormously helpful because what we need is an efficient public conversation here. So.
Hi. So in our analysis, we had jobs that we were pretty sure could be automated, some that could be augmented, and some that kind of lied in the middle. And so there's really a lot of choices that organizations can make as to whether they want to dismiss their workers or if they maybe want to transform those workers into doing other positions in the firm. So I think there is a need for that. There is a need to avoid unemployment as much as possible. I mean, even if the numbers aren't big, for that one individual who becomes unemployed, it's a very life-scarring event. So that's one issue. There also needs to be really a societal effort to support workers who could be displaced, but also to support workers who could potentially benefit from the augmented technology. So that's really, it's just really a call to be thinking about what could we be doing. As for regulation, with the world of work, there are definitely some red lines that can't be crossed. There are some concerns about the use of AI in recruitment. There's some snake oil out there about, well, if I can look at your eyes, I can tell whether you're going to be a good candidate or not. Maybe you can convince me this works, but I'm not convinced. So those are some red lines. There's also concerns about workers who want to unionize if they're being surveyed by technology. This is a real concern. So I think there is a need for regulation. We need to really remember that there's government regulation and there's private regulation. Everything is regulated, and there's social norms regulations. So it's much better when you can have a democratic process to decide on a regulation than having just regulation be private.
So I actually agree with the previous speakers as well, right? So in terms of looking at the future of work, it's inevitable that all of us are going to be touched by this in one way, shape, or form. And maybe it's a little more nuanced way of thinking about it. Today, none of us would consider using a spell checker or even a synonym generator as cheating, right? So that's considered our work. We're generating a bunch of text, it's generating synonyms. This is a giant leap from that. So you're not just generating words, you're asking for an idea. But then think about the cognitive load that it reduces from people on one side. But on the other side, it's going to also increase the cognitive load on all of us. To stand out, you have to put in more work. You cannot just accept something, copy, paste, and go, because everybody is going to look and feel the same thing, especially inside companies or organizations, because you're going to be allowed to use certain types of technologies and only that. And that means that everybody's responses would look more or less the same. So if you want to stand out, you want to differentiate yourself, you want to put your ideas in, you have to put in more work, not less, on the cognitive side of things. But of course, a lot of the grunt work, for example, simple things like analyzing what goes on in meetings, summarizing things, sending out meeting minutes, fantastic. Right? So those are things that would be balanced as well. On the regulation side, I'm actually far more hopeful. Really, the harmful aspects, the red lines, absolutely we need to regulate. But regulation can also have a massive impact on innovation, on fostering innovation. Right? So a massive impact on equity in terms of local communities actually being able to get access to this in a way that's actually affordable for them, and also they can compete in the global market. Right? So imagine an application that's localized, that all of a sudden gets a global appeal that you never had a reach before because of this piece of technology that allowed a local small business owner to actually innovate because of the incentives they were given. That's also regulation. That's really what makes me a lot more hopeful.
Thank you. I agree. Lots of great points have already been made. I would say, just to put a couple practical notes on, with the future of work, I think it's important for tech companies to really work with others, like union organizations, for example. In the United States, earlier in the week, Microsoft announced a partnership with the AFL-CIO, which is a group of 62 unions federated together to work together with union leadership to develop the kind of curriculum that will be needed for these unionized workers. They are teachers, they are fine craftsmen, just, again, the broader range. And the point is that this is done side by side with workers and worker leaders so that you know that you've got the collaboration and you're doing something, hopefully, that is led by people who are actually doing the work, and that, I think, is a key point for thinking about this. We talk about educating students, but so far no one has talked about educating teachers. And I think it is absolutely critical not to forget that teachers themselves will be using the technology, and we will hold them responsible, for our students. So let's not forget the critically important role of teachers in society. I don't know how much more there is to say about regulation other than I would say it is moving fast, but that does not mean that we have to stop talking to each other. So I think about some of the early days when we were working through privacy regulation. It was absolutely critical for those who were advocating for policy to understand how to talk to the engineers, and for the engineers to be okay with talking to a policymaker. So, getting those connections between people who have different expertise in order to drive regulation will be critically important.
Let me quickly, lots of great points made, so I'm not sure I have that much to add, but just let me emphasize two things that are worth emphasizing in this. On the business of the future of work, Janine's talked about automation and augmentation. But I think a critical part here is we need to invest as governments, as society, as industries in upskilling our workers to deal with digital skills, with AI skills, all of this. So we need investments in upskilling. This is something that at Google we've been quite passionate about for a while. We've had this Grow with Google program since for quite some time now, and since 2015, for example, we've upskilled something like 60 million people in APAC alone using these skills. And more recently, we've invested or promised to invest $50 million on the future of work and doing research on it and what it means. And these are small compared to the size of the problem that's out there, but I think it's an example of the kind of things that governments, society, and companies need to do, is to find ways of upskilling our labor to benefit from all of these advances. So that's on the future of work, is upskilling. On the regulation side, I think having great regulation in place is actually really important for the success of this technology, because good regulation builds trust. Builds trust in users, and people can then use it in a trustworthy manner. I think the example of the flight was a really great one. It builds trust in actually getting into that plane. In the same way, having good regulation is important. The risk, of course, as various people have pointed out, is that the regulation actually hampers innovation, which at the point when things are moving so quickly can be hugely problematic. So the version that I think we are particularly in favor of is regulation that is sort of risk-based and proportionate to the risk. It's at the level of the application rather than at the level of the technology necessarily. You look at the application, see what are the actual risks. A one-size-fits-all kind of thing doesn't make sense. I think Vikram mentioned that in agriculture, the risks are very different than what you might find elsewhere. And so having one-size-fits-all regulation probably doesn't make sense, and having a much more proportionate risk-based thing based on the particular uses of it in different areas perhaps makes a lot more sense.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think now we have a time for a few questions. I think, let's see, maybe we can go.
Hi, I was the one.
No, yeah, okay, you have, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just quick question. I think this is
people
on the
are
line
bringing the
of what
mics,
we were discussing.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for the nice session and many take-home messages over here. So I am Priyanka. I'm working with CDAC and Ministry of IT itself. So as said by the one of the speaker, that the question which we are having today was not there yesterday. So by this time we were cribbing about the scarcity of data and non-availability of the data, and now we started putting all our efforts into the management and organization and whatnot into the data availability. And with the availability of that generative AI, augmentation of data and generation of data, that too in abundance. So my worry and my question is about on the same point, asking about the stuff like myself only generating some hundreds of the images a day now these days. So the data which we are generating both at the user side as well consumer side as well as the developer side or the company side. So the data volume which we are generating, so aren't we worry about the data abundance? We can call it data obesity. Isn't it going to be a problem like the plastic waste in sea now these days? So this is the concern which I am raising, because if not after 5 years, definitely we have to look into this question into after some 7 years. So this is the concern which I have very determinant. So are we ready for that?
Are you asking anybody in particular?
Anyone, please.
Who wants to take that question?
I'll give you a perspective on this, which I think was touched upon by someone, I don't remember exactly who, where there's a lot of generative AI things being created, and there's the real risk, I think Alistair may have mentioned this, there's a real risk that the internet itself may be overwhelmed with lots of generated AI content, and that would be like a very sad situation. And it's sort of an aspect of what you're saying. I think there's many things we should do and we are doing about this. One is, I think we still need to find ways to help people find and work with good high quality content that is actually useful, and not a whole lot of junky content that has been generated for the purpose of creating things. So all search engines, for example, if that's the way you look at access, you need to be able to do that. The other thing is the thing that Alistair was touching upon, which is, can you develop ways of identifying whether some of this content is AI generated or not? This is a very tricky problem, as has been discussed, right? But if you could do that, then once again you have an answer to being able to sift through all of this. And there's actually some reason to believe that there are techniques in place, not just with metadata, things which can be removed easily, but sort of built into the fabric of the content that's there. You can have statistical properties. I think Google DeepMind recently did something called SynthID, which is a watermarking thing for images. And this watermarks can still be detected even after you make various modifications to the image. So that's an example of this thing. At Google, we've done something called, well, maybe that's sort of unrelated to this. I won't bring that up. But I think these are the kinds of things we need to do to get at, I think, the heart of your question.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tanvi Ratna. I'm by training an engineer and a policy analyst. I worked with the Prime Minister here. I work on emerging tech regulation. And we did a benchmarking of some 7 countries recently for our government, and what we found in terms of their regulatory frameworks. And everyone's talking about democratization, but one of the key stakeholders that's not represented anywhere is like the end user or the citizen. They have no role in the current regulatory architectures we're putting in place. So one of the innovations we're trying to look at from the point of view of AI safety is, can we bring in more feedback loops between end users and model makers within the model design, within model governance, which can solve critical problems, like Twitter has done community notes, or Wikipedia has done open source editing. So I'd really like to hear from the panel here, these wonderful experts, of what could such things look like? What could such user feedback loops look like? And what problems you think they can solve within AI safety?
I'm happy to start. I think that's a great question. And I think there's all sorts of opportunities that AI creates for democratic governance that haven't yet been exploited. At the moment, democracy is used by us in elections, and that's about it. But you can do all sorts of things, with the participation from the crowd, basically. And I'm thinking particularly of the assembling of training sets for classifiers that are part of our data infrastructure. And actually, so our social media project will be talking about exactly this. And so you've given me an opportunity to plug our session this afternoon at 3 p.m., which is about a project that's set in India, and it's all about how to consult citizens directly about harmful content on social media for the purpose of training a harmful content classifier. And we'll be talking with our colleagues from India about a project that's running in India right now at 3 p.m. So it's just a little plug.
I just wanted to add one piece. I had mentioned it very briefly in my talk, but as part of the technology of how these models are built and trained and so forth, there is this very powerful technique of reinforcement learning from human feedback. And that is actually a mechanism for getting feedback from users into being able to affect what the conversational agent or the LLM actually responds. So the thumbs up and thumbs down that you can do in all these systems are currently used by these systems to actually improve themselves. It's a very good example of how greater use, greater democratization is essentially a way of users getting their voice heard in terms of how these things work. So I think that's a technical solution that I think is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, hello.
I think we have time for 3 more questions. And the people who have the mics, so the first everybody has a mic can ask a question.
Yeah, I am a cyber security and data science guy. I have asked a question to ChatGPT that in a server, some ports are open and I want to hack it. He has not answered due to some ethical reason. But then I changed the question and I asked him, I am a security guy and I want to penetrate more, and he give me a list of tools. That question now get manipulated. Can AI has the ability to answer, to not to answer destructive question if it is asked in a positive way? And what is adverse AI?
Who wants to take that?
I mean, I would say that, this is a great question because it gets to the heart of safety, right? And as we all know, I think these LLM technology does have safety as an issue, and we really don't want any of these models to be helping people do nefarious things, shall we say, right? This is an area of ongoing work. I think it's great that in your first instance, ChatGPT failed to give you an answer. But when you reformulated it, it did. It just means that you need to continue, they need to continue improving it. You have an opportunity, as I said, to say this is a bad answer so that it can go back into the system and they can train it, and so that different ways of formulating it is this thing. I don't think there's an easy answer, but I think there is every opportunity that as we use it, as our techniques for safety improve, that these systems will become much better at what they're doing.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much for the panel, Roman University, Aalborg University in Denmark. I have a question particularly for Dr. Janine Berg. It feels like the discussion about jobs and skills is very much informed right now by our experience with ChatGPT and these kind of conversational tools. And it's understandable because this is like the first time it's kind of mainstreamed. You know, the people that actually write the code have seen this before. Now I'm wondering where we're going in terms of skills, jobs, as we get agent systems that are coming out in the last 2-3 months, right? So you can suddenly build a stack, like a team of LLMs that all interact in a certain hierarchy that you define, just as it would be in a company. You can give them tooling, you can give them all kinds of abilities. And to me, it looks, in terms of like these kind of evaluations and reports that you produce, something that completely changed the assumptions and the paradigm where we think about skills and what defines a job and what defines a task. So, and the same also, in my view, applies to all these systems that are happening in the backend, where the LLM maybe is not creating a conversation, but produces a snippet of a JSON that is then fed into an ERP system. And this is where I see actually the value is generated, and the big change in the industry is happening, not so much in chatbots of individual people. So yeah, how do you see these developments in the future and in 2024?
Yeah, so our analysis is really about just generative AI as it was when we did the analysis, which was earlier this year, in the summer. So it doesn't take into account future technological developments. So that means that there could be other technological developments or technological developments that have been happening that could affect the numbers that we're saying. But I think you also have to remember that most people are in jobs that aren't going to be affected by this. I mean, they might be in jobs that might be affected by robotization or other types of technology, but they're not really doing jobs that would necessarily be affected by some of the AI, because their home health aides or their cashiers. Well, cashiers have been affected, but there's a lot of jobs that just are about human interaction that aren't going to go away. So in that respect, I'm not so concerned. But yeah, it doesn't account for other technological developments.
Can I ask? Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll have 2 more questions.
Yeah. So I am Dr. Sandeep Vora. I'm working in AI in mental health for last few years. First thing is a comment that is for mental health, especially, we don't want to use the word AI. We would prefer to use the word augmented human intelligence. The second question for the elite panel is that there is a huge gap between demand and supply in the field of mental health globally. For India, the latest research says that if we want to have exactly the number of psychiatrists or psychologists, it will take us 72 years to fill the gap. So my question to the elite panel is, how can we use the services of generative AI to fill in the gap? Thank you.
I would just quickly say that I think there will be a lot of opportunities in an area like telehealth, for example, meaning you'd have someone in person and location. You would be able to use a chatbot to help that person diagnose a problem. Then again, assuming that there is broadband connectivity, assuming that, then you might be able to really fill some of those gaps a lot quicker. And we're seeing some promising areas there. Frankly, I think the area of mental health is one where it would be fantastic if we could do more research in the area to use, this kind of technology, but again, human-centric, as you say, to help diagnose, but not help diagnose, not diagnose, to help diagnose, and then create some efficiencies.
What I'll add to that is, I didn't know this word existed, called digital therapy. So if you look at apps like Midjourney, more than 20% of the users of the application that just generates images from text actually use it for digital therapy. So an example that the CEO gave us was, say, a person's dog has died, they're grieving, and they actually feel better by going in and generating the image of the dog in heaven. Right? That's on one side of the story. That's actually a growing consumer base for a lot of these applications. On the other side, there are also studies that have said the ability for humans to interact with a system that's conversational, that seems real, actually improves the person's interaction with it until they find out that it's not a human. and that's consistent across all geographies. They actually think that they're giving more personalized answers, and all that is fantastic. And the minute you turn the switch to say, oh, you're actually talking to a model, the user satisfaction goes down the drain. Right, so we still have to cross that chasm a little bit.
Yes.
But in terms of your point of not having access to tools like this and then enabling people, massive impact.
Yeah, I personally feel it has excellent potential. And that's the reason I always feel that we should use the word augmented human intelligence, not AI, for both the consumers as well. Thank you.
Thanks, yeah. One last question.
Yeah,
okay, you can do it. After that, I'm sure that there are many more questions. All the panelists will be there. Please, let's take it offline because we do have to end. Yeah, last question.
My name is Shakil. I'm exploring the things in the generative AI space. My question is very simple. How do we gonna handle a situation in the future when the technology is more smarter than the humans, and we start relying on it completely, not using our own intelligence, right? And for an example, for even our day-to-day life, for a small creativity hacks, we ask the ChatGPT, hey, tell me how I can do that, right? So I'm seeing the dangers that we are stop using our own brains over a period of, and completely relying on it, and it could be a dangerous as well also. And I've been seeing that there is a meme going on the internet: when there is a good time, bad times create a good times, and good times create the bad times. So,
anybody wants to answer that?
Yeah, I guess it's a huge problem. So I want to link the two questions that we had here, because I think there's huge unmet demand for professional human skills in the world. Not just for medical things or psychological things, counseling things, but in the area of law, in the area of financial advice, in the area of education, all these areas, there's unmet demand, and AI is wonderful, potential for fulfilling that unmet demand that's sitting there. So, and there's a need for it. Whether there's a need for superhuman intelligence, I'm not so sure, and I quite like the idea that we should collectively ask ourselves, have we had enough here, and should we stop? And we've had enormous growth, so the idea that, we've already got an enormous amount that we could do by rolling out the technology that we have already and making good use of it, making equitable use of it. And I think that we need to include in our conversation these questions about when is enough, and when is it sort of prudent to say, let's not go beyond this point. And I'm speaking about something some way in the future now, but I think we should have this in our conversation to address the kind of question that you're putting.
I would quickly say that I don't think it is too soon to have that conversation. I think we're talking already about how we embed safety brakes in the design of the technology so that there is an ability for, not ability, but a requirement for a human to make a decision about a certain action to be taken. And we're thinking about that in terms of critical infrastructure, autonomous weapons, other kinds of things. I think we need to be talking now about areas where the technology will not go.
Okay. I've been told that one more question, so therefore I don't know, the organizers have told me that one more question. Yeah. It's okay. Somebody who hasn't asked, yeah. One last question.
A very focused question, Dr. Pratyush. Some languages do not have words for modern things. So when you are giving a generative answer, so in case of Hindi, for example, even Kritrim Gyan feels very unnatural as an answer. Do you think there should be a strategy for composite words? There should be strategy for joining words, or it should at that point see the confidence and replace it with a English word?
Yeah, so language evolution is a thing in itself, right? Both cultural and also there are some technical aspects to it. For example, the government of India publishes a list of technical words in various languages, right? But to your point, I think it's more a choice of what we want to do with the text. If it is a technical journal, it should use the technical term if there is one. But if it is for accessibility of information, I think it's prudent to ask what would a person be comfortable reading. And if it is AI, which all of us sort of use in day-to-day parlance, it should probably be AI, right? Not Kritrim something, right? So I think it is more about the use case, and that is what these models are capable of doing. When we earlier had domain-specific models for translation, the way they were trained, it was very hard to make these generalizations. It was possible, but it was a lot more work. But the way these models are trained, because they are trained on a lot more data, doing things like this actually needs lesser amount of data on top. So if I wanted to learn to retain the English form for very complex terms, it's actually more approachable as a technical problem. So I think, yeah, depending on the use case, it can vary.
Okay, I think we are all done here. So I think you can please, and all the panelists are here, you can reach out to them because all good things need to come to an end. And so with this, we will come to the end of this session. And please feel free to reach out to the panelists if you have questions beyond that. Thank you so much.
So as we draw close on this enlightening and stimulating session on generative AI, I take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event a success. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers. Your insights and expertise have provided us with a deeper understanding of complexities and potential of generative AI. Also, special thanks to Dr. Vivek Raghavan for skillfully guiding the conversation and ensuring a meaningful and engaging dialogue. And to extend our token of appreciation, I would like to call upon Dr. T.S. Anurag, Chief Research Scientist, DIC METI, to facilitate our esteemed panelists. Dr. Vivek Raghavan. Mr. Pandu Nayak. Ms. Mary Snap. Dr. Arun K. Subramanian. Dr. Janine Burke. Dr. Knott. Dr. Vikram Adve. And Dr. Pratyush Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Photo भी होगा
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for patiently waiting. Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the session on AI for All, Bridging the Global AI Divide. AI can significantly assist economies fast-tracking their progress on sustainable development goals. It can help countries further stimulate their economic and social growth to advance global development. However, inequitable sharing of benefits accruing from AI innovations is a major roadblock that Global South countries are yet to overcome. Despite the critical contribution of Global South economies in the AI value chain, for instance, data sets and annotators, their access to economic benefits from AI development and adoption remains minimal. Moreover, to realize the potential benefits of AI for underserved populations, it is imperative to address and mitigate the potential risks around AI. While several international organizations have issued guidelines and ethical frameworks to promote the trustworthy use of AI, it is worth noting that they have largely been shaped by the thinking of the Global North. In this context, the concerns specific to the Global South have received only marginal attention or have been subsumed within a framework of challenges and issues prevalent in the Global North. This session seeks to highlight potential opportunities and challenges of leveraging AI to drive potential change and development in the Global South. This session is particularly significant as it is aligned to India's priorities proposed within the GPI. We have an esteemed set of panelists from multilateral organizations, industry, governments, who will be sharing their insights on how we can collectively align efforts and build a robust and equitable future for the AI innovation ecosystem. May I first request Mr. Shri Secretary, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MITI, to join us on the stage to deliver his keynote address. S. Krishnan, sir, is the Secretary of MITI. He has earlier served as the Additional Chief Secretary, Industries, Investment, Promotion, and Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu during March 2020 to August 2023. Welcome, sir. You're welcome on the podium to deliver your remarks.
I think, why don't you get them to come up and sit in any case first? I mean, it's a little awkward. I think that's what we were expecting to be done. So get them all up, and then we can start.
I'd like to request all the other panelists to also join us on the stage. I will be giving a brief introduction about the work that you have pursued so far, and just to introduce you to the audience. Yes.
You're going to introduce them now?
Yes. We also request the panelists and the keynote speakers to please join us for a photo that will be shared as a small token of appreciation from our end at the end of the session.
That fast? Good afternoon. As we start the final afternoon's events of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence here in Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, I think we've had a very, very successful GPI summit so far, and it illustrates what this particular session really holds for us, which is on bridging the global AI divide. Literally, the mission of GPI and all that was being attempted through this particular summit, where India assumes presidentship of GPI for a year for 2024, is focused really on bridging this global divide. It gives me great pleasure today that we have the Honorable Neema Lugangira, Member of Parliament from Tanzania, and of course, my old friend, His Excellency Alex Ellis, the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom here to India, Ms. Sneha Revanur, Founder President of ENCODE Justice, Dr. Kalika Bali, Principal Researcher of Microsoft, Dr. Alison Gilwald, Executive Director, Research, ICT Africa, and of course, Mr. Anirudh Suri, who are here for this session. Quite honestly, the mission that India has looked at for itself is to ensure that in the digital space, global digital goods, global digital public infrastructure is made available and democratized on a much bigger scale. The Honorable Prime Minister, when he spoke at the inaugural ceremony, emphasized this point repeatedly. There were a number of occasions when he came back to this point that the intention is to really democratize and the intention is to really bridge this global divide. In a number of ways, the digital revolution, which is finally catching steam, possibly in its third decade currently, and particularly with artificial intelligence and the other attendant technologies that go with it. I mean, in a sense, when you look at IoT or when you look at machine learning or when you look at many other applications of what is part of the digital revolution today, are all linked in some form or the other with artificial intelligence. When people make presentations, when they talk about how AI has been applied, you always find that it's not in isolation, but it's in association with some other digital technologies which are getting adopted, in which data is getting collected, and then it's a question of how you use the data better to see better outcomes. In that sense, the potential that artificial intelligence has today has been compared to what the Industrial Revolution did for the world in the late 19th century. So when you look back on history and when you look back on how life went before, and with the Industrial Revolution, what happened with the United Kingdom at that point, what happened with Great Britain in terms of how far ahead they went to the rest of the world. And then, you know, as an outcome of all of those historic developments, we saw the two great wars, which then saw an international world order coming together. Historically, when you look back, it took that duration of time. We had to wage war before we could actually find a way of doing business, talking to each other on a multilateral basis, on a global basis. And the process thereafter has been one of progressively global institutions themselves getting democratized, global institutions themselves being formed on a more equitable basis. I would not say that the race has been won all the way. I would not say that all the changes that need to happen have as yet happened. There is unfinished business on that front, but you can see that as a process. Now, the advantage we have today is that presumably we would have learned from this history. And presumably we can start on a better footing in terms of having a more democratized setup, having a more equitable way in which we approach this issue. Clearly, if there is a huge economic opportunity out of the use of artificial intelligence, and if there is inequity in the way that the preconditions for its application are distributed across the world, it has the potential to accentuate the inequalities and has the potential to accentuate the disequilibrium. Whether you talk about compute power, whether you talk about skill, whether you talk about the data availability, all of these are critical to the way AI can come together for the world. And today we find that there is inequity in the distribution of some of this and inequality in the distribution of some of this. Likewise, if you allow a free play of this without any coordinated action at the global level, then it could result in a huge number of haves and have-nots and accentuate the kind of economic and other pressures that we have globally. I mean, this is one reality I think we need to be aware of. Fortunately, we have global institutions today. There were hardly any global institutions in 1914 when the First World War broke out. And whatever global institution was formed post the Second World War hardly worked when the Second World War broke out. But the lasting institutions, lasting global institutions were really created post-1945, whether it's the United Nations or the Bretton Woods Twins or any of those institutions, and what they have spawned later. So we need to look at even GPAI as a successor in that line, as an institution that has come in at the right time, even at a stage when the potential of this technology is becoming apparent, to see how we can work together to make sure that it delivers for everybody. And that was the theme that in the G20 summit as well, the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, this point was made, saying responsible AI for all was the theme with which G20 finished off. So there are two parts to this. One part to this, we don't allow artificial intelligence to take over in a way that affects everybody across the world. And we make sure that artificial intelligence works for everybody. And those are the two limbs which I think as responsible societies, as responsible nations, countries of the world need to get together to actually work on. And GPAI, interestingly enough, is a modern organization which includes not just national players, but also includes multiple stakeholders, includes experts, includes a range of other institutions who understand what the potential of the technology is and who can sit there and advise policymakers and others as to how exactly, in what direction this needs to push. I'm emphasizing this institutional mechanism simply because I think many people have also internationally recognized that we are at a day and stage where, unlike what happened when the internet took over the world or when the first wave of digitalization took place in the 1990s, when in the name of, everyone felt that everyone didn't know much about it, and everyone felt that regulating it probably didn't even feel the need for regulation. Even before we realized it, it took over the world. It has resulted in significant benefits, undoubtedly, but it has resulted in certain issues. And we are all aware of what the issues are. Issues are being countered across the globe. Big tech is suddenly a name as much as big oil was a name 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And these are concerns. Therefore, today, to democratize this entire ecosystem is an opportunity that we have before us simply because we have the institutional mechanisms in place. We have the hindsight of all that has gone in the past and the lessons that we need to learn from that, and in the way that the potential this holds. Having said that, I would like to again emphasize that at least as far as India is concerned, the primary emphasis is on trying to harness the potential of AI for good. And if we are able to harness the potential of AI for good in terms of innovation, then make sure that it is made available on a democratized basis to as many people as possible across the world. India has certain definite advantages in this space. It has the advantage of talent in terms of the skill preparedness is rated as the highest in the world. It has the advantage of data, simply being the most populous country in the world, and with many applications today working in an electronic environment there's huge volumes of data which are simply available, which can be used to train any large language model. Where we lack currently is in AI compute power, which needs to be created, and where, again, there is a dependence on large entities, corporates and others, which needs to be made available to a larger group of people. And there is the need to develop more models which are more suited to the global south and to all other countries compared to the models which have already been created, which are based on limited databases and therefore have their inherent biases. This being the case, what India has the potential to do and what India has the potential to offer to the world is the possibility of developing AI models, developing AI applications which can be used across the world, especially in the global south. Whether it is in the area of agriculture, whether it is in the area of healthcare, whether it's in the area of education, whether it's in the area of translation of languages. That's a big challenge for India itself. We have to make ourselves understood across the country. And if there is a way of quickly translating, and that is precisely the effort which is going on currently with Bhashini and other efforts, all of this will enable us to offer digital public goods on a basis which is equitable and accessible to everybody in the world. Part of it is the story of how DPI's, digital public infrastructure, has developed in India itself. It's developed out of this public spiritedness on the part of the private sector to want to contribute to this, and the efforts of the government to encourage it and support it so that it grows in scale and is applicable across the country. Whether you take the identity project, Aadhaar, or whether you take the payments project of NPCI, or you take the health project which is going on currently, there are a range of other projects which have been developed in this fashion. Some of them are also now developing in the public sector itself, like the Gati Shakti project, which is being spoken of now in terms of how infrastructure can be located. Now, all of this uses the power of both information technology and increasingly the power of artificial intelligence in each of these applications is being clubbed and linked in order to create more and more powerful projects which can support what needs to happen in terms of better delivery of public services. While that is on the one side about delivery of public services, equally, use of these kind of tools by industry can greatly enhance productivity and greatly contribute to economic growth. And the last thing which we need to do at this point clearly is to make sure that we have skills and we have human resources which are trained so that not only are they able to apply all these methods, but at the same time ensure that they don't lose their jobs to artificial intelligence. So I think it's as much a defensive strategy as it is an offensive strategy. So I think this is something that India can certainly contribute across the globe. The Honorable Prime Minister recently announced the implementation of a social impact fund to support the spread of DPIs across the world. Clearly, this is an effort where many countries need to come together. Multilateral institutions and other aid agencies across the world need to come together to make sure that countries in the global south where these resource endowments are not available are provided with this support. And again, the wheel need not be reinvented in every country. Where a DPI has already been developed in one country, it can be easily adopted in another country. The same will go for applications of artificial intelligence which can be applied across different countries. So clearly this is a model which we can suggest to the world and which through this year of GPI's presidency, India's GPI's presidency, is something that we will push to ensure that it is something which India can give back to the world and make sure that in the area of artificial intelligence, we clearly enable more and more countries to leapfrog. There is evidence in our favor. I go back to history. I was trained as a historian. So when you look at in the digital space or in the adoption of mobile technology, mobile communications, and even mobile banking, India has managed to leapfrog across many countries. I lived in the United States for about 4 or 5 years, and when I came back to India, when you discovered how much cheaper mobile services are and how much easier to use they are, you clearly know that you've come of age. So there's no reason why countries in the global south cannot have the best possible resources to work with, and why that cannot happen. And I really fully expect that this global divide is something that we can certainly bridge in the days to come. Thank you very much. I hope I haven't exceeded my time. You didn't put down my time there, so it's a little difficult to see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an inspiring address on learning from history to build an equitable and fairer AI innovation ecosystem, and also highlighting India's vision of democratizing AI resources. Now I invite Honorable Neema Lugangira on the stage to deliver her keynote remarks. She's a member of parliament in Tanzania. As a parliamentarian, her personal prioritized agendas include food and nutrition security, digital development, community health, gender equality in politics, and NGO sector development in Tanzania and across Africa. I'll give the stage to her to deliver her keynote remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neema Lugangira, Member of Parliament from Tanzania, and I'm very honored to be here. Permanent Secretary, High Commissioner, everybody on the panel. I'm very happy to be here, and I bring to you greetings from Tanzania, from Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, and my speaker, Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, are both sending you greetings. I would like to start off by saying that, as we all know, just in the last 2 months, the global north has been making extreme progress in artificial intelligence, especially in AI governance, starting from October 2023, when we saw President Biden signing the executive order on putting together safety AI measures. And then in November, the UK Prime Minister hosted the AI UK Summit. And then just a few days ago, 9th of December, we've seen that the EU AI Act is coming into effect. But with all of this being done, one thing that I would like all of you to ask yourselves as I'm continuing with my keynote is, how is the voice of the Global South being represented in these discussions? How did the EU members of parliament engage members of parliament from the Global South to get our opinions or our consultation? How many countries from the Global South were at the AI UK Summit, etc., etc.? So how then is the global voice being represented in all of these Global North interventions? Similarly, GPAI, the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence, I think it was launched somewhere 2020, we're now at 2023, but even 3 years later in Africa, it's only Senegal who is a member of GPAI. So again, that goes to show that we have a lot of work to do in making sure that when it comes to artificial intelligence, we're inclusive, and by being inclusive, we need to get more and more countries from the Global South to be represented. Third issue I would like to raise is that we all know artificial intelligence highly depends on data sets. And this means that data governance, data justice, data protection is crucial. Now, a lot of countries in Africa have data protection acts. I think we're about 38 countries or so. Through the African Union, we had the Malabo Declaration that also had a component of data protection, but that took almost 8 years to reach ratification of only 15 countries to ratify. Now the question is, with all of our countries, including Tanzania, we have a Data Protection Act. How is that act aligned to the issues of AI governance? What are the gaps in between? And if there are gaps, what then can such global AI movements do to make sure that our data protection acts, our data governance acts are taking into account issues of artificial intelligence? Because without doing so, then we remain to put the Global South at the risk of data exploitation, data monetization. Most of us in the Global South don't own where the data is being stored. And whenever we in our countries or our governments want to have access to that data that was extracted from our countries, our governments have to pay for that data. Is that fair? Is that right? Is that governance? Those are the things that we need to be discussing, and we need to have those tough discussions, real, authentic discussions, if at all we want to have the true AI governance framework. Of course, there are potentials of artificial intelligence in the health sector, agriculture sector, food security, water, education. But even with these potentials, if I take, for example, education, there's ChatGPT. How is a teacher, I come from a peripheral region, Kagera. It borders Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda. How is a teacher in Kagera region going to know that their student submitted an essay which they used using ChatGPT? How is a teacher in the peripheral region going to know that? So this brings another component that, much as it has a huge positive potential in education, we also need to make sure we capacitate our teachers, capacitate our health workers, so that they can also know. It should be, how are they going to know? Is this original work, or is it AI generated, etc.? Again, a few other risks: democracy, accountability. Myself being a member of parliament, being a politician, there's a huge risk of artificial intelligence on us, which intensifies online abuse that we're already experiencing as women leaders, but through artificial intelligence, this online abuse is even becoming worse, because now someone can take your voice, put your voice on someone else's image, make it seem you're somewhere where you are not. And how do you then claim that it's not you when it looks exactly like you, it sounds like you? A few months ago, we saw a video clip that trended all over social media, showing that the Zambian president had announced that he's only going to have one term in office, only to find out that it was not true. It was AI generated. But the confusion and the chaos that it had caused was enormous. So those are some of the risks with AI, including the gender bias. Because I said earlier, AI depends on data. Already, the existing data, most of the existing data is gender bias. So this means that even AI would be gender bias. What are we doing to address the issue of gender bias? So my call to action. Number one, we need capacity building of artificial intelligence to governments, capacity building of artificial intelligence to policymakers, teachers, healthcare workers, and not forgetting peripheral regions as well. Number two, if at all we want to bridge the existing AI gaps, we need to look at the issue of digital skills. We need to look at the issues of infrastructure. We need to look at the issues of cost of devices, cost of connectivity, etc. Number three, we need a global minimum acceptable standard for artificial intelligence. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Why am I saying this? The EU AI Act requires businesses that are going to operate in the EU to adhere to a certain behavior. But when the same businesses which are registered in the EU or are registered in the UK or US or Canada come to operate in Tanzania, they can behave anyhow they want, because we don't have a robust act or robust legislative framework as these countries. Now, is that being ethical on the global north side? I think there should be a way in which the laws that are created on the global north can instill a minimum acceptable behavior of their companies, irregardless of where they operate. And this has been done in other sectors, so why can it not be done in the AI sector? So I cannot emphasize enough that as my third call to action, that we need a global minimum acceptable standard for AI, so that AI companies, irrespective of where they are, they should adhere to a minimum standard that is in the EU Act or the US, UK, Canada, etc. Number four, AI governance frameworks is taking a multi-sectoral approach, which is very good and very commendable. Unfortunately, there is one key stakeholder who is almost always forgotten. Whenever there is a multi-stakeholder group, there is one key stakeholder who is always forgotten. Can you guess who? Members of parliament are always forgotten. Because we tend to look at CSOs, academia, government, but we forget that members of parliament are a different arm of government. And it is critical to make sure that in our multi-stakeholder approaches, we also engage and include and capacitate members of parliament, because it is us, members of parliament, who have, one, the mandate to create the laws, legislation, regulatory environment that can either be detrimental or be positive for the AI sector. But two, we're the ones who can hold our governments accountable and all the other stakeholders accountable to that effect. So I would like to, as my fourth call to action, to appeal to all of you to making sure that whenever we are having multi-stakeholder approaches, let us ensure that members of parliament are also part of that process. Fifth and the final call to action is that, as we all know, the AI is developing faster than we can catch on. And oftentimes on global forums of artificial intelligence, the voices and the representation of people from the global south is usually missing. And the biggest challenge why it's missing is not that we are not there, it's not that we do not have enough to contribute, or it's not that we do not have ideas, but the biggest challenge is usually the travel support. How can we attend these global AI forums? And I'm very grateful that in the room there's Mama Mei Ling. Please stand up so they can see you. Earlier this year in March, I have an NGO called Omuka Hub, and we had won a WSIS award for the work that we're doing on ICT with the elderly. But I had nowhere to attend. And she volunteered to cover my travel support, and I was able to go to Geneva through her support. So, but why did she have to do it? Because oftentimes when we organize for such events, we forget that there are key stakeholders who need travel support. We provide travel support for civil society, but we forget travel support for members of parliament. So that was my final fifth call to action. And in line with that, I would like to sincerely express my gratitude to you, Honorable Secretary, from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of India, for seeing the value of making sure that the GPAI Summit in India is going to be inclusive and including the voices of us as parliamentarians. And I'm here on behalf of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, which is a network which is bringing together members of parliament from Africa. Thank you so much for considering us and ensuring that I'm able to stand here today and present to you all our worries and our guidance and what is our call to action. So once again, thank you very much to the government of India for your support. Thank you. So I wish to conclude by saying that, and to reaffirm that in order to achieve global artificial intelligence governance, we must shift from being global north exclusive and become global south inclusive. Allow me to repeat. I wish to conclude by reaffirming that in order to achieve global artificial intelligence governance, we must shift from being global north exclusive to become global north inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the need of representation of Global South in identifying and classifying risks from AI systems. Now, in the interest of time, while we have an esteemed set of panelists who have a lot of accolades under their wings, in the interest of time, I'm just going to give them a brief introduction, just so that our audience joining us in person and virtually are aware of their brief accolades. Mr. Anirudh Suri is the founding partner of India Internet Fund. Dr. Kalika Bali is a researcher at the Microsoft Research India division, working in the areas of machine learning, natural language systems, and applications, as well as technology for emerging markets. His Excellency Alex Ellis has been appointed as is the British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. Ms. Neha Revanur is the founder and the president of Encode Justice, a youth-led AI-focused civil society group. Dr. Alison Gilwald is the executive director of Research ICT Africa. We're looking forward to an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Great. Can you all hear us fine? Perfect. So I think I couldn't be more excited to have such a great set of panelists to follow up, I think, on the two great keynote addresses that I think we've just had the opportunity to listen to. It's going to be a hard act for us. So I'm glad that we have a great group. And I think as the Honorable Nima Lungira mentioned, thankfully on this panel, we do have an MP represented. I think we have research represented. We have diplomats represented. We, of course, have bureaucrats represented. We have non-profit leaders represented. So I must say, and I can say, okay, maybe from my perspective, even folks from the space of entrepreneurship, venture capital, think tanks represented. And I think that I'll just take a couple of seconds to emphasize how important it is to have conversations around AI be done in groups that are well represented. I think the point that you also made. And I think that's going to be essential going forward. So I'm glad we have that to some extent covered, and I'm sure we are missing some groups still, but I think it's a great start. So let me give you all in the audience a brief overview how we are going to structure this about 65 to 70 minutes. We're going to talk about 5 main themes, time permitting. The first one that we're going to look at is how AI can serve as an opportunity for developing countries, economically and otherwise, societally. We're going to look at the risks that come with adopting AI in the Global South. We're going to look at how countries in the Global South can start to develop and enable environments and ecosystems for safe and inclusive adoption of AI. And I'll add not just adoption of AI, but also hopefully the fourth point being how do we enable co-creation of AI technologies, applications, etc. in the Global South. And then finally, the fifth theme we'll try and touch upon is what role India can play in being a key player in bridging this divide between the Global South and the Global North on AI in particular, right? So those are the broad 5 themes we'll try and capture. Instead of going speaker by speaker to get remarks, I'm going to go theme by theme and bring in speakers into each of the questions for each theme. So let me get started. The first piece that I mentioned, the first theme that we want to go through is how can AI serve as an opportunity for optimism, for growth, inclusiveness in developing nations. I think our Secretary of METI very nicely set up the historical context. This is a moment that comes once in a few centuries where you have technology, especially general purpose technologies like AI that come up that can really shape the economic divergence between nations, economic divergence within nations, and hence the opportunity must be looked at in a way that can be captured broadly by a broad set of groups across the world and not just a few, let's say, companies or firms sitting in just 1 or 2 geographies in the world. So let me start with that opportunity question, right? The AI stack, as it's being talked about, right, is I think a good framework to start talking about the opportunity as well. The AI stack, for many of you who might not be familiar with that, again, Mr. Krishnan laid that out also in many ways, starts from maybe the infrastructure layer, what is today being built as large language models, on the research that underlies a lot of those large language models that ultimately serve as the foundation for applications to be built. There's the hardware element here, which is the GPUs, etc., that underlie a lot of the research and computation required to build these models and then eventually those applications. Of course, you need talent, and talent, not just general talent. In the case of AI, you need top-tier research talent. You need, of course, software developers to build the applications, enterprise or otherwise. And of course, you need research in any country in order to build cutting-edge innovation that can then be leveraged by applications. You need capital. This is going to be a high-stakes capital game as well, right? Let's be very clear that this, when you require a lot of GPUs to build your compute infrastructure, when you need great research talent, when you need startups to have long times to develop their models, right? This requires a lot of capital. And of course, capital is also not distributed equally around the world between the Global South and Global North. And then, of course, you need enabling strategies and policies. So let me start on that point. Having said that context, I want to bring all our panelists in to first talk about where do you see this divide being the most acute between the Global South and Global North on any of those dimensions of the AI stack. And I'll start with you, Dr. Bali, Kalika. on where do you see that divide being the most acute?
Hello, yeah. So I think we have great potential in all the areas that you mentioned. I think the problem lies in the actualization of that potential. So we have no dearth of high quality researchers who are completely capable of coming up with any of these technologies, any of these models, etc. Here in India. Maybe we need some kind of infrastructural support, some kind of resource support for them to do this in a way that benefits the entire world, not just India. We also probably, from a research perspective, need our researchers to be more exposed to not just the aspirational desires of, not just the needs of the population, different population, but also the aspirational desires of the population. So I think what usually happens a lot is, because India is a country of great diversity, the very different needs and desires are in different parts of the country, and somehow technologists can fall into the trap of being in these ivory towers where they do not realize, what somebody say in Arunachal Pradesh or somebody in heartland of Madhya Pradesh wants, needs, or desires. So I think that is a big thing that we need.
Great. So enabling infrastructure and of course a focus on the actual needs of the population. Ambassador Ellis, if I can bring you in. Now, of course, UK had a summit that you guys recently hosted on AI, which actually brought a lot of countries together. But then as Member of Parliament Lugungira also mentioned, maybe not as inclusive from the Global South's perspective. But where do you see these divides from the standpoint of being a diplomat sitting in India, but of course the UK being part of the Global North? Where do you see the divides being acute, and how do you see those divides getting bridged?
Thanks very much. I used to be a teacher. I used to teach a double lesson on Thursday afternoons about this time. And this was not always the highest energy time for my 16-year-old students, so I'm very impressed. I'll be checking at the back about alertness. There was one boy who used to try and climb out the window during the course of the double lesson and see if he could climb back in without me noticing. There are no windows in this room, I'm afraid. Thank you for the chance to participate in the panel, and thank you for the speeches as well. I've really set the framework very well. So quickly, I was looking through the list of signatories of the Bletchley Park Declaration. Remember, the UK summit was really about frontier AI and the risks of frontier AI. A lot of AI is being used very commonly already, as you know better than me. And I was kind of cheered when I looked through the list of countries, because it's pretty much every continent of the world is represented. It includes China and the United States. There are not many things where you could manage to have both those countries. It has India, it has Nigeria, it has the Philippines, it has Rwanda, it has Brazil. So I could go on. And it's very interesting listening to the secretary, because the truth is, in 1945, some of the most important countries of the world did not exist as independent countries. The two countries sitting to my left did not incredibly exist as independent countries at that time. It's a big change. So we're going into a world where I think there is a greater spread of voice than there was even 30 years ago. So that is, I say you have more hope actually now than 30 years ago of wider voice. And India matters in that, because India both has a strong voice, but also has different interests and drivers to some of the global north. And I think that makes it it's very important. India has to be in everything now, which is new. And I think the world is better for that. So where are the other risks that lie? Sorry, just to finish off, the reason why we're hosting that summit is, one, because we think that you can't leave this alone to the private sector. I think you were saying that in your speech. You can't just leave it to the private sector to do this stuff anymore. You need some state role. And also, unashamedly, I think our Prime Minister Rishi Sunak would say the UK's bet is in the economy of the future. Life sciences, AI, that kind of stuff. And that's why we think it's so important to address these issues and to get the whole world addressing them. Where are the risks? I think that there's an issue around capability, state capability. Because to do this properly, you need not necessarily legislation, but you need regulation. And to get good regulators on something as complex as AI, that is really hard. So having states which have the capacity to do this. India, again, is an unusual country. A GDP per head of roughly $2,500 in market prices, higher in PPP, but at the same time a very capable state in terms of, and I'm not just trying to flatter the secretary, although that's always wise to do that, but actually it's a very capable state. It is capable of doing that kind of thing, but it's going to be tough for all countries. I think voice, I'm actually a bit less worried about because you have extremely articulate parliamentarians, as we've just heard, and other leaders. If you listen to the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, talk about climate change, you know there's some powerful voices which are being heard about that. I think that capital and research will be a big issue. Essentially, and 4 of the top 10 universities of the world are in my country. Those universities, they're out there to try and get the talent of the world to come to those universities, and you can't blame them for that. You have brilliant researchers in India. They're spread all over the world. It's great. So there's something around research, although I think that people accept now that research has to have its applicability way beyond the global north. If you're trying out, for example, some of the new pharma research, you're really looking at countries like India as part of that. So you've got to have capability, you've got to have voice, you've got to have research. Capital, I think, will be a big issue because exactly the reasons you give. I mean, this is incredibly expensive stuff. To generate the computing power necessary, you either need huge scale, which India definitely does have, and you need capital as well. And with the data sets, I also agree, include some bias. So to finish off, the good news is on every single one of those issues, we're just launching now an AI and development plan, and it's exactly to address exactly those issues. How do you increase state capability in the poorest countries in the world? How do you ensure research? How do you get language, which would be a huge issue in AI, into enough of the different kinds of languages into AI to reduce the biases? So it's going to be a fundamental part of development. We've just issued a development strategy. Interestingly, there's a digital development strategy coming as well. So I like to think the UK is doing that. The good news is, there's bad news and good news about the state of the world. One, it is a much more divided world than it was 30 years ago, and that makes it harder to do things at a global level. No doubt about that, yeah? And that's why I think the Prime Minister judging, we need to have China and the United States and other countries in the same room on this. But it's much more divided, but the voices of different parts of the world are much louder than they were 30 years ago, I think. And so I think you have a much better chance on something new of reducing some of those imbalances than on some of the old issues. Thank you.
Secretary Shri Krishan, if I can bring you... Fine, so we'll start from there and I'll come back to the two of you. Sneha, if I can come to you next, right? We were just talking before we came up here that a lot of your work is focused on youth. Mm-hmm. But the question that I had broadly laid out, I think we'll cover some of that. But from your perspective as well, working so closely with youth to make sure their voice is being heard as AI develops, applications develop, where do you see some of the biggest gaps on this global south, global versus global north divide?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it's really important to really emphasize youth participation because as we all know, young people are the next generation of workers and consumers, and we really are the ones driving this digital transformation. And so I think that in the context of discussing this global north and global south divide, we really need to emphasize digital skills training, building digital literacy, and building K through 12 curricula to really emphasize digital citizenship. I think that, for example, there's one amazing country that has created a blueprint here, and that's Kenya, that has actually created an astonishing digital literacy blueprint through its government to actually support the integration of that curriculum at the K through 12 level. And I think that other countries will need to follow suit in terms of really bringing that to young people. And so I think that's definitely one key point, just really making that a core part of educational curricula around the world. I also think that, with the demands of generative AI and the fact that it's already transforming labor and the workforce all over the world, it's going to require upskilling for the next generation of workers. It's going to require reinvesting in deeply human skills like critical thinking and creativity that can't be as easily automated. And I think that all of that will start with the global south. And I think another key point of the conversation is that, I think you mentioned this as well in your opening remarks, but a lot of the data sets that are being trained, are actually requiring labor that is extracted from and outsourced to the global south. And I think that there really needs to be some sort of framework for addressing that, for making sure that workers in the global south are fairly compensated for the work that they're doing to contribute to the training of these models. And I think that that's also a crucial part of the conversation where I'm seeing these gaps show up. So I think some sort of framework to really redress that and to ensure that workers in the global south are fairly compensated for their contributions to these models, because right now they kind of are silently powering and doing the lion's share of the work behind these advanced models that we're hearing about from the global north. So I think that's also one thing to consider.
Great, thanks so much, Neha, for highlighting some of those aspects. Dr. Gilwell, Alison, if I can bring you in. You work at ICT Africa. And of course, we've spoken a little bit right now about the need for those voices to be heard more. So if I can ask you specifically, now from the perspective of where you sit, right, what are some of the biggest dimensions on which you see this divide being the most acute?
Thank you so much for that. I think when you asked the question about, what are the opportunities, and I think everybody kind of got back to the enabling frameworks, the underlying foundational infrastructures we need and that sort of thing. So I guess, if we answer some of those questions about what we need to do, then we might be optimistic. And I think there are lots of windows of opportunity at the moment that can make us quite optimistic. I think these developments we've had around regulating, from US to the UK to the European Union are important steps in dealing with some of the uneven distribution of harms that are associated with these data-driven technologies. But as Honourable Member Nina has referred to, these are blueprints or whatever that come from the north, from a very different context that we're dealing with in the global south. And so I think it's a very important that in the work that we've been doing in GPI, I'm in the expert group on data governance. We've had a work stream over 2 years on data justice, which has been trying to address the fact that even if you've got these human rights framed frameworks that we've got with responsible AI and good AI, even if you've got these ethics by design frameworks that we're seeing coming out of the engineering world and the developers world, these don't necessarily produce just outcomes if you don't have the enabling environment for people to exercise those rights, to be aware of their rights, to actually fundamentally to be included. And that's why I think we're increasingly speaking about digital inequality, not the digital divide, because it's not just about inclusion, it's about equity. We see at the moment one of the biggest, I would say, research policy problems we face is this digital inequality paradox, that as we connecting more and more people, as more people are being exposed to these advanced technologies, we're actually amplifying inequality without the kind of regulation that we need to see. And this is no longer just old broadband, people who've got voice or not got voice, got internet or not got internet. This is about in general purpose technology of the kind we haven't seen before, that is immediately by not even being able to show up in the data that's being used for these massive decisions that are being made on multiple levels by big tech platforms, or being seen in the data that's being used in your BioID system, because the BioID is developed in a country that doesn't take account of your skin color or whatever it is. So these are really sort of fundamental issues that we have to get right if we are not going to be continuing to have these same conversations on digital divide, digital inequality, as we get these technological evolutions that are out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I, Ms. Lugungira, if I can bring you in, you obviously made, I think, lots and lots of very pertinent points about where this divide is stuck, right? Ranging from the fact that voices maybe are still not as representative in global organizations, from the fact that countries are still not obviously have equal access to some of the research, some of the models, some of the applications. But let me flip that and ask you for more of a solution now. So as you look at all of these divides from your perspective, as you look at all of these inequities from your perspective, what are some of the ways in which either at a regional level, let's say within Africa, or at a slightly bigger level, let's say the global south, how can we encourage more regional and cooperation amongst the global south countries that you feel like, what are 3 or 4 ways in which you feel these countries can come together and collaborate, whether through governments, whether through non-profits, whether through research institutions, that can help to start to bridge that divide or those sets of divides? Because one can't expect the global north to, I think, suddenly say, oh, listen, by the way, we didn't realize that there were all these inequities. Let me just now come and fix this. That's not, I think, a reasonable expectation. So I do think that the global south will have to figure out ways for collaboration amongst global south countries as well. So give us some of your thoughts on how that kind of collaboration can be encouraged.
Thank you. I think what I can...
And I'm just going to move in the middle so that we don't have this glaring gap between talking about bridging divides.
So let's bridge the divides
Yes.
here already. Thank you very much for that question. I think what I can say, being mindful of time, is one, I'll start off with us as members of parliament. So number one, us as members of parliament in Africa realize that there is this gap, and realize that oftentimes maybe stakeholders may not know how best to engage members of parliament, or how to even engage and to bring about members of parliament from different countries at once. So one of the things that we've done as a solution is to set up the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, which is bringing together members of parliament from Africa who are committed and aimed to contribute towards the digital development within Africa. So at least through APNIG, then stakeholders can know if we want to engage members of parliament in Africa interested in this topic. If they come to APNIG, they'll be able to get. So that's one side. Second is there are a number of...
Can I just interrupt? Is that something that you feel could be expanded from just the African MPs to maybe the Global South MPs and get more of that network growing?
Yeah, so that's what was my second point, in the sense that we've started that in Africa, but I feel one of the reasons why we're even trying to get the opportunities to participate in these different global discussions is to see how can we also have similar networks be established from other regional blocks, so that then we can engage and work together. That's number one. But number two, there are also parliamentary networks that at global level. So at global level, for example, we have the Unite Parliamentary Network on Global Health, which brings together members of parliament from across the world. And these are members of parliament who are interested and committed on the global health agenda. And as you know, artificial intelligence for health, there's a big piece and a huge potential, both positive as well as negative. So as members of parliament, under the Unite, we also have the opportunity to work together, but also because it's a global network, it gives us access to be able to engage with our counterparts on different parts. But then lastly, the third one is also through the African Union. I understand the African Union with the OECD will be working together to develop the African Union AI strategy. So that's another angle in which, as African parliamentarians, we can tap into that process, because one of the biggest gaps that currently exists is that whatever that is being agreed upon at global level or national level needs to be cascaded down at continental level, has to be cascaded down to national levels. And that is where the linkage of members of parliament comes in. But in all the processes, we for one highly recommend the multi-sector approach, because as members of parliament, we do not have, we're not the ones who do, for example, research. So in order for us to advocate and to advocate efficiently, it means we need evidence. So if we need evidence, it means we need to work closely together with research institutions, with NGOs, with academia, etc.
No, great. I think that's a great set of sort of very tangible things that I think can promote that Global South collaboration. Kalika, if I might bring you back in. You obviously work for Microsoft and work specifically in the research division. As I was mentioning about the AI stack earlier, the cutting edge research here in the field of AI is a critical part of the AI stack, but also is a part where maybe a massive amount of inequity exists. Data suggests that most of the cutting edge research, most of the top tier research talent is either sitting in or working for companies in the US, to some extent China, to some extent Europe and the UK, but largely global north, right? Which has two implications. One, the data that's being used in the research that many of the top tier research institutions and researchers are using tends to be skewed more towards the data that's emanating and being created maybe in the global north. Second, the applications that are then being looked at from a research standpoint also tend to be maybe skewed in that direction. So the question then that emanates for you is, how can stakeholders in the global south, in the absence of that top tier research talent, top tier research institutions sitting here, what kind of strategies can countries, firms, institutions of the global south adopt to ensure that there's more equitable representation both in the kind of data being used, the languages and so on and so forth, so that both the research is more global south oriented and also the applications ultimately, so that AI can really be used for good for all?
So that's kind of like a really difficult question, and I'm asked.
I like asking difficult questions.
And because from where I sit, I see a lot of talent, research talent around me. I see very good institutions, completely capable, but what I do see is, I'm again harping on this, infrastructural support missing here. As far as...
Can you highlight, so let's say 3 things in that infrastructural support that today is missing that needs to be developed?
Compute is the largest thing that we require. These models cannot be built by somebody sitting at home working on a single PC. The second thing that we require are data from all languages, all communities, all kinds of tasks that are important for Global South, which are not necessarily the same as they are for Global North, right? And the third is an interconnectivity. So there is this tendency that, if it is a government aided project, it's been the case in the past. Like if the government is supporting it, will go to academic kind of institutions, right? The support will go to them. The industry will do something on their own, the startups will do something on their own. And that's changing. And I think that needs to change at a very fast pace, so that the things that are done in the academia, things that are done in the industry, things that are done by the startups are kind of interconnected to be able to leverage the work that's...
That ecosystem needs to be talking to each other.
So the ecosystem needs to be... So those are my 3 top desires for this to work.
So let me drill deeper on the data point, right? So recently, I think we were discussing right before we got up here, at the Carnegie Global Tech Summit recently, earlier in December, one of the things that came up when Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who's one of the founding architects of the India Stack and the UPI and Aadhaar story that has done wonders for India over the last decade, one of the things that he mentioned was that in the spirit of creating more inclusive LLMs, more inclusive applications and use cases on AI, we need to not rely on data just being that already exists on the internet. All the data that today exists on the internet, by and large, is being fed into the large language models that OpenAI and others are creating. And he said that to the extent that we want these LLMs to be more custom made for the Global South and India in particular, we need to have and build and crowdsource data from different languages that doesn't exist on the internet today, right? Both in terms of audio data, maybe voice data, etc. So tell me from your perspective, is that kind of crowdsourced data in multiple languages type strategy to bridge this data divide at least, right? That's feeding into LLMs. Is that kind of crowdsourced strategy from your perspective a good one? Or are there alternatives?
That's actually the prime way to bridge this data gap, because he's right. If you look at the internet, the number of languages represented on the internet are very minuscule, right? And it's predominantly Eurocentric. right? And the rest of the world has very little presence on the internet. And even if we look at Indian languages, except for Hindi, there isn't really enough data on the internet. And on top of that, it's not just that, even if you look at Hindi, the kind of data that's on the internet is not the kind of data that, people use.
You
It's
mean
not,
all the Hindi entertainment?
yeah, it's not an inclusive kind of representation of Hindi on the internet. So, and that data is already there in whatever models are being built. So we have to do some, right now crowdsourcing seems to be the most reasonable way and the quickest way to get the data out. One other thing could be to kind of digitize. We have a lot of print media, so digitizing that data for text data might be another way forward. But I think ultimately we have to crowdsource conversational speech, we have to crowdsource text from the users themselves, from the actual speakers of the language, and not something that's out there.
And of course, while a lot of, I think, and I'll expand this to beyond India, I think the global south might be talking a lot on phones, even if they're not contributing content to the internet actively. And it seems like that kind of voice data, now of course that gets into whole privacy and security issues, but that kind of talking and audio content, if there could be figured out ways to tap that while maintaining privacy and security, I think that could become a rich source of data. But let me now move, Ambassador Ellis, to bring you into the conversation on the piece of talent and labor. So I'll share one data point here, and I want to look at talent in terms of both AI talent, but then also the impact of AI on the labor workforce, right? So from two different perspectives. On the talent piece first, there's a very interesting chart that shows the origin of top-tier AI talent in the world, which countries is this top-tier research talent emanating from, and where it's ending up working. And if you look at that, for example, India contributes about 8% when you look at top-tier talent originating from a certain country. I don't know the exact number for the UK, but if you now look, as opposed to the origin now where people are working, etc., it's a very lopsided picture. This top-tier talent ends up working largely in the US, to some extent maybe in Europe and some China, but how do you, sitting in the UK, especially as you mentioned, right? So your Prime Minister, this particular summit, the goal is to focus the UK economy on these future emerging technologies, critical technologies. How do you think of this talent issue from a UK standpoint as well? Like, how do you start to make sure that you are not bereft of this top-tier research talent? Because it seems like without that, you might not be able to really compete in this AI game. And then we'll come to the impact on the labor and workforce subsequently.
Sure. Well, we wanted to come to the United Kingdom. I don't hide that. I quote your foreign minister who says the principle of all relationships between nations is competition. There's a certain truth in that. And that talent is coming to the United Kingdom, actually, not so much in the kind of really big tech firms as in many United States, but actually as a place of research, UK is very, very attractive to people all over the world. And I'm delighted that we get such a large number of Indian students coming to the UK each year. And so you have to have very good institutions. They have to be able to see the consequence of their research. You have to spread it around the country. In our case, small country, but we like, it pops up in different ways. So I think that India will remain and increasingly be a generator of that talent. I'm no doubt about that. That talent tends to move around the world. Some of that talent comes back to India, I should point out as well. One of the big changes of the last decade.
It's starting to come back a lot more.
Yeah, a lot more, and not least because of the commercial opportunities people see in India from. I think that, but I think you can't disassociate it really from. I think it was a snare as I'm talking about education, about what goes on in education. Because one of the problems I think you have in this world, and I think I can speak as somebody on the other side from the talent part of this, is ignorance. This is a very important point, parliamentarians, by the way. It's very hard to draft legislation and agree legislation on stuff you don't understand. And so how you get more people to understand what is going on and understand the basic principles of what you're trying to legislate on, the better, because we all know that what happens if you are asked a question, there's some great sociology on this. If you're asked a question to which you just don't understand the issue, your answer is almost invariably no. And you react against what's being put to you. So you're going to have to find ways in which people feel comfortable with dealing with this. So of course, you need the talent, but you're going to need a wider societal understanding of this. Maybe we'll get on to that, about what these things are and what they will do, because otherwise the politics of this will get very, very difficult, I think.
Yeah. So basically, I think the 2 points you're mentioning is, one, from a UK standpoint, or even countries broadly in the global north that are not necessarily the US today, that are already attracting a lot of talent. You're saying, one, maybe better rules and policies for attracting the best talent wherever that's being generated across the world. And second is education.
I think what I'm saying is actually we do attract the talent. What I think you're going to have to do is more and more shared research. That I think will only grow. We do it with India, actually, and we'll do a lot more with it. I suspect India will become a sort of desired research partner for a lot of countries and academic institutions in this area.
Yeah, and so now coming on to the labor market piece. So I was recently in a conversation with MIT economist Darren Acemoglu, who's the author of a book called How Nations Fail and more recently Power and Progress. So on this podcast that I host, we had this conversation about AI, and one of the main implications he spoke about from a societal standpoint of AI was globally, was that we've had a certain model of international distribution of labor over the last 3-4 decades, right? Where obviously countries like India have played a very different role, countries like the US would have played a very different role, UK, etc. And he said that one of the key implications of AI will be that this division of labor internationally and within nations is going to completely turn upside down on its head, right? Especially with geopolitical divisions. So let me ask you this. From a government standpoint or from a country standpoint, right, how do you start to think of this fundamental reorientation of the division of labor globally and also within nations, right? Because AI is also within a nation going to most likely, unless we get it right, create a massive divide amongst talent that is AI enabled, AI literate, and talent that is not, much like the Industrial Revolution, where you see people who get into factories and get into the Industrial Revolution and those that remain behind, and that leads to Ludditism and so on and so forth, right? So how do you see this divide and division of labor playing out on both the country level, within the country, and also globally?
That is an extremely interesting question. That's usually diplomatic speak for I don't know the answer to it.
But now turn on your professor hat or teacher hat.
I think, so firstly, it's partly about basic education, what people are learning. I think when Prime Minister Sunak was here in September and he met some sort of 13 and 14-year-old coders working in the program under the British Council, you know, he was very struck by that, you know, the degree of quality of the education these people had and their interest in it. It's interesting, some of the big Indian investors in the UK are actively involved in education in the UK because they want to grow the talent base in the UK for their companies. So I actually think the companies play quite a useful role in that. Secondly, it's very interesting. So now what you're saying about the who puts the data in, and I actually went recently in Kolkata to a company which has British public capital investment into it, and that is for entering quite a lot of data about, you know, what is a tree, if I'm a car, what's a tree, and stuff like that. To be honest, those are great jobs. I spoke to the employees there. They said, this job, compared to the job we had before, this is fantastic. You know, it's getting better paid. We have better hours. We are coming out of informality into formality, into an area where, and these were mainly women. They were mainly Muslim women from communities in the south of Calcutta. So, yes, there are risks to it. It's interesting how you describe it, because you're right. On the other hand, they thought these were really excellent jobs. I think a lot of it would be very interesting to see. I'm flying after this. I have to leave promptly to talk to the Great Festival of Great Indian Learning. Why they should have invited me is a good question, but anyway, they have. And I do think that what schools teach will have to change. You need fundamentals, but you're going to need it. But I think it's very easy to look at schools. I actually think in a country like mine, you're going to have to look at the over 50s as well. because participation in the labour force is going on for longer. You're actually going to have more people like me are going to have to understand better these things than I think we would naturally think of doing.
Yeah, so let me dig deeper on that education point, and Sneha, bring you back in. You obviously mentioned in your earlier remarks that skilling and education of the youth is very important, clearly. I think Ambassador Ellis has emphasized that even further. Question to you is, do you find that in countries in the global north as well as in the global south, you sit in the US, so even from that perspective, but also from the perspective of countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, do you think that that realization that the education has to really start to transform, has that kicked in? Because for most things in the past, whenever you say that you need to have more educational skills in a certain technology or certain things, these things just keep getting talked about, but the education systems remain, famously resistant to any kind of change. And so what's your sense whether, one, that change has started, and second, if it's not being done enough, or whether that's not sort of mobilized enough, what can be done to mobilize that quickly enough? Because obviously these are very fundamental issues of, the labor market that will come back to bite countries and governments when it comes to domestic issues.
Yeah, I think that change has started somewhat. I think it started in the global north specifically, but I think that as with a lot of these conversations, the diffusion to the global south will take some time. I think that in the US, I've begun to see some changes to education systems to kind of cultivate AI literacy, and I think that there have been a lot of conversations around, now that students are using ChatGPT in the classroom, how should educators respond? How should we put in place policies to ensure that there are standards for academic integrity? And you also alluded to that in your opening remarks. And so I think that conversation has kicked off in the West, but I think that, I've yet to see that really take place and take hold to the same extent here in the global South. And I think that there is a fundamental reason for that, which is that those feel like later stage concerns when so many economies in the global South are still grappling with more immediate issues
problems
around electrification, around broadband access, around ensuring that we're able to close the digital divide and ensure digital equity. I think those feel like more immediate concerns, and I think that digital skills education, that feels more abstract, that feels like a later stage concern. And so I think that it's really important for us to recognize that even as we're talking about AI literacy and digital skills education, there are so many more immediate challenges that global South economies are still grappling with that we've kind of already skipped past in global North discourse. And I think that kind of remembering that and recontextualizing that will be really, really important. And so I think that you asked the question also of how can we accelerate that and how can we ensure that global South countries are entering that conversation the same way that countries in the global North are. Well, I think that it will require a lot of that multilateral conversation that you were talking about earlier. And I think that as we're having these global bodies convene, I know, for example, the United Nations just convened its multi-stakeholder body to discuss artificial intelligence. Obviously, there was the UK Global AI Safety Summit focused specifically on frontier AI models. But as we are convening these bodies, as we are convening these multilateral consultations and summits, we have to include education as a key pillar of those conversations and also bring countries from the global South to the table. And I think that, again, I mentioned earlier that Kenya has an excellent blueprint for this that I hope will be adopted by many other countries around the world. I bring that up to kind of make the case that there is some progress being made, there is some example to look to, and I think that Kenya has offered that. So to the extent that we can really encourage, more models like that to be adopted around the world, I think that we can really make some strides forward.
Great. And Alison, if I can bring you onto a very related question, right? So from your perspective, so one is obviously, as Sneha mentioned, there should be more multilateral conversation, and education and skilling must be a key element of that. But while that's going on, right, at the UN and other multilateral conversations like even GPI, what's your sense on the ground, right? What kind of multi-stakeholder initiatives can be taken up by governments, by non-profit organizations, by private sector organizations on the ground to make sure that this AI education and skilling piece doesn't end up getting, put on the back burner, right? Especially for countries in Africa, whereas, as I think Sneha was mentioning, there are lots of other infrastructural challenges, other socio-political challenges. How do we make sure that multiple stakeholders work together on the ground to make sure that this doesn't get deprioritized?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I can focus first, I think, on the role of civil society in that conversation. So actually, the organization that I lead, ENCODE Justice, we are a youth movement working to bring attention to these issues. And in addition to having this, national and international team working on policy and advocacy work, we also have a global chapter network actually working on the ground to start conversations about AI. And so I was, very excited to see that you were on the panel, Honorable Minister, because we have an awesome and well-established Tanzania chapter that actually has been working to lead workshops for youth in Tanzanian schools with curricula that we've developed to, first off, contextualize the use of AI in Tanzania, cite local examples, bring those local use cases to light, but also talk more broadly about the importance of AI literacy in this increasingly globalized economy. And so I think that to the extent that civil society organizations can work to deliver those sorts of workshops and that sort of curriculum on the ground, directly partnering with schools, and to the extent that governments can support that kind of work, again, as those larger scale international and multilateral conversations are unfolding, I think that those sorts of partnerships between civil society and government will be really important. I think that educators around the world have to also take part in this, and I'm super excited to hear that I think there are strides being made in that regard across Africa. And so I think that schools will have to take part in this, civil society will have to take part in this, local governments will have to take part in this, and again, that will all be a supplement to these larger multilateral conversations. But the on-the-ground work is honestly just as important as all of the work that's taking place, all of these hurried negotiations on an international level. Yeah.
Absolutely. Alison, can I bring you on that same question as well? And what are you seeing on the ground, and what do you think needs to be changed?
Sure. If I could answer that by just responding also to some of the points that were made here. I firstly just want to say, education, from all the evidence we do large-scale nationally representative surveys of household, individual, and micro-enterprise use of digital services, now everything through to platform work. And by the way, on the platform work side, because the internet penetration is so low, there's a tiny incidence. In many cases, Rwanda, etc., we can't even use the data because we don't have enough statistical points on it. But when you combine this data together, and I should say these are some of the countries that are held up, already got AI blueprints and that, but actually we've only got 15% of people with access to the internet. 15, not 50.
And that's the average,
And that's common in many of the least developed countries have less than the sort of 20% critical mass that you need to have positive impacts on GDP, etc. So the issue, of course, also is that a lot of the donor funding, the state funding that used to go into collecting these basic indicators is now all diverted towards AI, and you can't actually get funding for this ongoing work. We do get some, but a lot of that has been cut and put into AI, which we're also beneficiaries of, so I shouldn't criticize it too much. But I wanted to just return to some of the points, but just to emphasize that education is actually fundamental. The primary determinant of whether you have access to a smartphone device and whether you're able to use the internet is level of education. The more education they have, the more you're able to do with it. And that's going to affect the ability to use AI defensively, as a end user, or be able to use it, productively to contribute to the wealth of your nation or something like that. So education is absolutely critical. What we need to be careful of is that we've got foundational educational problems across Africa, numeracy and literacy problems. And we have one big world summit and everybody wants to introduce coding to the curriculum, and the teachers are really struggling to even teach basic numeracy and things like that. And people are teaching coding with no computers or connectivity to the schools, and so this is very problematic. Just to link these factors together, to go back to the point of data and the biases in the data and the things. Obviously, with these very low levels of internet, you're absolutely correct. In Africa, we're completely invisible. Large numbers of us, not me. Other people in Africa are invisible in these on these sites, and so the use of the utility of them for our data is thing. But I think it's still important that there are large numbers and they're growing, that we have the kind of equitable access that American universities, research universities have to that data, that the EU now have through the Digital Services Act. So through state intervention, states' intervention, there's actually access to that data. There's extremely inequitable access to data. And as it currently stands, we would again, as African researchers, have to partner with the EU or Euro, I think, to access that data. So I think that's the importance of that access is data access is very important. But I also want to say there are initiatives on the continent. We have a really progressive African Union data policy framework now that was passed by 53 member states last year. It's a guiding document, which means we could move much more quickly on it than we did on the Malabo Convention and various things. It's a progressive document, and it's mainly a document on redress. It acknowledges the digital disparities that are there and sets in motion ways to do that are now in the implementation phase through supportive funding through the European Union and through GIZ. But the important part of that document is that it acknowledges that there is large amounts of data creation on the continent, but about 75% of that data is going off the continent. And so we need to create frameworks that allow us to get that value creation on the continent. And one of the big aspects of that is around public value creation. So unlike India, we might not be creating as much of that data through social networking or crowdsourcing and that kind of thing. But the public data on the continent is the biggest source of data outside the big tech.
And can I ask you, this public data is currently the domain of big tech firms?
No. So sorry, I'm using public data in the sense of the public sector data.
Public sector,
yeah,
so
sorry.
data residing within governments.
Yes. But I think what we speak about very strongly in the African Data Policy Framework is about value creation on the continent. And of course, we do want commercial value creation, but that's kind of been the default. We can also, because we're sitting on these enormous government bodies of data, we can really build public value with that data, taking us back to the questions of digital public infrastructures and the governance of these digital public goods at the national level. And I think there's a very strong framework there to allow for that. And as I said, leveraging opportunities like the African Continental Free Trade Area and things like that, where we absolutely have to have the data underpinnings for those cross flows of information and data across the continent. So there are mechanisms in place, but there's still constraints on those. The implementation at the national level, as we've spoken about, enormous capabilities of states to set up those frameworks. And the point of the framework is that it provides a guidance and then provides support and implementation to do so. But it still requires institutional capacity on the ground, and there's going to be an enormous need to develop that. So I think there are a number of these things, there are a number of opportunities that are offered, but I must just say that from that platform work, besides the lowest incidence, about 30% of people who were doing platform work were no longer doing platform work because they landed up not being paid, or they were pushed off platforms or various things like that. Some of that may be because they didn't fulfill the work properly, but it's a very high incidence of people who simply weren't paid or were not paid adequately or swiftly.
Yeah.
The other interesting side of that in Africa is that we originally started speaking about this work as micro work, but in fact it's really platform-generated manual work. So the bulk of that work, about 90% of so-called platform work, is actually e-hailing, domestic work, other manual work. And it's, although it is an opportunity for people, and very often in focus groups, if you say to them, shouldn't this be regulated or something, they'll say, we want better terms and conditions from the platform, but we don't want government to regulate this because they might kind of push us off the platform. But people are not even getting sort of basic 10 ILO rights. It's highly exploitative. And just to speak very quickly on the issue of people who are checking whether things are stairs and robots is one thing, but actually the content regulation work that is being done is horrific. And we actually have Daniel Matuung, who was the whistleblower on Meta's real sweatshops, people with enormous trauma from looking at those horrendous images in order to make it safer for the rest of us. And those kind of working conditions absolutely require regulation. I mean, they just need basic compliance, health and safety compliance.
Yeah. Honorable MP, Ms. Lugungira, if I can bring you back in. So clearly, I think as Alison has pointed out, as Sneha has pointed out, Ambassador Ellis pointed out, Kalika pointed out, right? Now there are various challenges across that AI stack in a way that the Global South needs to overcome. It's not easy, as Alison, you've detailed out. You mentioned earlier that the African Union is also thinking of at a continent level, a regional AI strategy that needs to translate down to the national level. Hopefully through the work of MPs like you, also incorporate bottoms-up perspectives of, let's say, people looking for jobs within your constituency, etc. So tell us a little bit of what that emerging sense of that, African AI strategy could look like, what a particular national strategy for a country like Tanzania could look like, and how that will start to overcome some of these significant obstacles that seem to be there in place. Especially because I'll tell you from a tech venture capital standpoint, I see that every nation, in fact, I wrote a book called The Great Tech Game, where one of the key conclusions of that book was that this is a global competitive game now in technology, AI being one example, where each country needs a game plan. Each country needs to figure out what its specific niche or space in that global ecosystem will be, right? So from that competitive standpoint as well, and from a social standpoint, what are some of the key pillars of that emerging AI strategy, you think, in Africa and in Tanzania?
Thank you very much. I think over the years we've seen that in many sectoral areas, Global South tends to play catch up.
Yes.
But for once, I think with the artificial intelligence, there is that kind of unique window whereby the gap in which you play catch up can be shortened. Now, I wish to also commend the Africa Union ministerial meeting that happened, I think it was 21st November or something like that, where they discussed the issue about the Africa AI strategy. And in collaboration with OECD, I think there's a meeting planned for March next year. The dates, I'm not sure of the dates. I don't think if the dates have been set or not. To kind of discuss now the Africa Union AI strategy. Now coming back, from a continental perspective, it has to go down also country-wise. So if I take, for example, the case of Tanzania, we have recently passed the Data Protection Act. And one of the things that I'm already keen at looking is to try and see, to look at the EU AI Act, for example, and do a comparison on how is the Data Protection Act at the moment protecting us on some of the issues that have been raised in the AI Act, and what are the sort of gaps there. So then as a member of parliament, in collaboration with civil society, academia, to try and see what can be recommended to beef up the Data Protection Act. That's number one. But number two, in order to have a national AI strategy, I think it's important also for countries to get the necessary support and the necessary capacity building on that artificial intelligence, because there's a number of sectors there. There's agriculture, there's health, issues of food security, water, even natural disaster forecasts.
That's right.
And management. So what area do you focus on, or what can you focus on? Different areas need different capabilities.
That's right.
Which then brings me back to the earlier point of making sure on these global AI frameworks, platforms, can we have more of our countries on board? Represented, because I'm sure that these are some of the capacities that are part and parcel of such platforms. So by having our countries be on board, it means that they can apply and be given such support to build their capacities, to have the relevant strategies that have to be obviously domesticated, but relevant as per the country context. It can't be a copy-paste approach.
Correct. And it has to be contextualized to the specific problems and solutions needed. So I'm going to ask this one last question of our panelists, and then I'm going to take a couple of questions if there are any in the audience. So please take this time to think up and formulate your questions. But so one last question, which was the last theme I'd outlined in the very beginning, which is what role can India play in helping bridge this global South and global North divide? So I'm just going to go across the table and ask everyone for a point or two on this. Some of the pieces that obviously we can touch upon, just to give you guys some ideas, or at least how India is also thinking about, is there an opportunity to scale up the India stack, the DPI that India has been working on, to the rest of the global South? Are there possibilities for cross-country capacity building, right? Opportunities, joint research. Is there a way that India can help bring that voice onto more multilateral platforms, et cetera, et cetera? But if I'm going to start with Kalika, you, and then we'll just go down the table, things that India can help do in bridging the divide.
So I actually think I'm going to talk about like a micro level thing. These are like at the higher level things. So I think India is actually many Indias, right? We have a very diverse population in terms of socioeconomic status and terms of education, in terms of languages, etc., etc. So India, I think, is really well placed to create value for a very diverse population. And the minute you start doing that, you can actually translate into the diverse population that exists across the global south. So I think that's my
Great.
view.
Ambassador Ellis, you've already mentioned obviously talent generation and sort of provision to the world, but beyond that, what role do you see for India in this AI?
Certainly voice in kind of all the major global institutions which we're thinking about this. Secondly, example, and also whether that example can translate into other parts of the world. India is very good at frugal innovation. We work with India actually quite a lot in some other countries about how you apply that in the right context. And they are some very effective companies, no doubt about that. I think Indian companies will have a big role to play in this. Finally, just to say, the UK and India have been doing this together for quite a long time. So some of the work we do on, for example, with the Manrega, have I said that right? Manrega?
Manrega,
we have we actually have worked with using AI on anticipation of natural disasters in a way which allows Manrega to be applied more effectively at a local level. We do it on some drug discovery stuff as well with India. So I always think in AI, you have to remember, quite a lot of versions of AI have been around for quite a long time.
That's right.
I think, but I would say voice, example, and businesses. And you're going to excuse me, I have to.
You have to run, that's right. No, but great, thank you so much for being here with us. And hope we didn't ask you too difficult questions. Though obviously as a diplomat and as a teacher, I don't think anything can stump you. And nothing can stump you that easily. Ms. Lugangira, if I can bring you in, like the role of India in helping bridge this global north, global south divide according to you.
First of all, I am honestly pretty excited that India is coming in as the chair for the global partnership on artificial intelligence. And going back to the speech of the Honorable Prime Minister during the opening and the speech of the Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, I can already see the unique potential that is there through the chairmanship of India, because India has already expressed that it wants to see more countries coming on board. And I think that the relationship that India has with many of our countries, that will also become very beneficial and crucial in the sense that we can relate with each other. And there's that sort of rapport that we're kind of coming from the kind of same level and kind of same situations across our different countries. So to me, it's a very exciting time, and more so with the fact that, even the fact that as a member of parliament I'm here, already goes to show that, how committed the government of India is towards making sure that this artificial intelligence process will be inclusive. So I'm looking forward to working very closely with India, the respective ministries, through the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, to see how can we also play a role into making sure more of our countries become part of the GPAI.
Yeah, and as Kalika mentioned, I think the diverse population that exists within India, you'll find that there's a lot of similar situations and circumstances that people here are in, along with your countries, so that there is actually real innovation that can happen grounds up as well. Sneha, and then Alison, if I can bring you in on that question.
Yeah, so I think that given that AI development is completely borderless now, there will need to be international coordination on some basic rules of the road for AI. And I think that India, given its position as a country with positive relations with so many other countries, given the fact that it's a global south country that also obviously has so much AI talent and is really growing in that regard, given the fact that it's incredibly diverse, I think it's in a unique position to really lead those international coordination efforts. And so I'm excited to see how that unfolds.
Alison?
Thank you so much. So as a GPA expert and working in this area, it's very exciting to see India's presidency, because as you say, I think we've already seen the commitment to greater inclusion from the Global South, and so certainly we're hoping to see more experts there. But I do think there is a kind of strategic opportunity at the moment which we're kind of in the middle of, and we probably haven't made enough of, and that is the Troika leadership of the G20 by India, Brazil, and South Africa.
Yes.
That, I think the legacy of digital public infrastructures is there, and India's bequeathed that to the G20 process, and certainly beyond the global south, it's getting a lot of traction. I think during the time even of the Indian presidency, AI has already kind of exponentially new things have come up that require the kind of global governance leadership and amplify the issues of global south inclusion. But I really think we can, the AI part of an integrated digital agenda for the G20 over the next 3 years, well, including this year that's passed with India, is a really great opportunity to get those voices heard that we were speaking about, get those resources to the right places, and redress some of the inequalities and injustices that we've seen so far.
So I heard quite a few different elements ranging from, I think, different use cases, different innovations grounds up, talent exchange, right, that India can help lead, joint research. I think joint research doesn't have to just be US, UK with India, but really India with Africa, India with other parts of the global south. I think education, skilling, right, and then of course voice and representation on multilateral forums. So there's quite a lot that I think India can use this year's presidency of GPAY to also push forward. Are there any questions in the audience? That we have just a few minutes, but we'll take a couple. Keep your question brief and introduce yourself very briefly, and let me know if you're directing it to anyone particular or the panel.
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Lakshmi Sai Kumar, and I work on a think tank called Global Economic Impact Forum, and currently I'm working on a EdTech company called Part-Timer Inc. So my question is pretty simple and straightforward. What are the entry barriers, if I'm an Indian company, to enter into African, as an EdTech?
To enter into African markets?
Yeah, so with AI coming in.
You have an EdTech company?
Yes.
Well, we'll give it to Ms. Lagoon here. She's
considering
probably best.
There is a digital divide, there is rural and...
Have you already tried?
Not yet. I'm looking at it.
So what are the key obstacles or barriers for an Indian EdTech company to enter into
Of course, technology
African
makes
markets?
it bridges a gap, but considering digital divide. Thank you.
I think they will, most African countries, including Tanzania, are very much welcoming, companies, private sector to come into this space, especially because by them coming on board, it opens up door of capacity building of the local employment, etc. The one barrier that I can think of is obviously if a company doesn't want to adhere to the requirements and the legislations of the country, then that can be a barrier. But that's what I can say.
Yeah, and I can add one more thing. So if you look at the last 5 to 7 years from the Indian startup ecosystem standpoint, you'll find a lot of Indian entrepreneurs, a lot of Indian startups, a lot of Indian venture capital funds have ventured beyond India to help support entrepreneurs in the Southeast Asian market, the Middle East market. There's lots and lots of now early stage African VC funds as well. And you'll find that you'll get the capital and innovation sort of risk capital support also. And clearly you have her word and it's recorded.
It is a fact because one of the things that our president has done, our Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan has done, is to open up Tanzania and to welcome foreign investment into the country. So if there is someone who is serious about doing so, I think they're welcome, and the government is continuously creating that enabling environment for foreign investment to thrive in the country. However, I reaffirm that you must adhere to the laws and the regulations of the respective country, irrespective of where you're coming from or how much money you're bringing into the country. Thank you.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, sorry, in the interest of time, I'm going to take a second question.
I just want to add on.
One minute. If I don't,
please.
If I might.
Yeah, thank you so much.
A couple more questions. And then, of course, you can talk to us offline.
I'm not asking a question like...
go ahead.
Let me come. Thank you so much. So as you said...
Can you give the mic here?
Just 1 second, please. So, we are looking for collaboration with educational institutions, be it universities in Tanzania. If that we want to enter the market through those educational
I think that
institutions.
point is
If you
taken.
could help-
Like what I said already, every government has a system of how you engage. So if you want to engage with with the education sector, we have the Ministry of Education. But again, we have to do everything according to the laws and the requirements of the respective country. No shortcuts.
Correct.
Thank you.
If I may, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I'm a third-year student. I'm pursuing my engineering in AI and ML. So as a student and being the youth of the country, being representative of it, you mentioned...
Keep the mic close to you.
Okay. So you mentioned the term as actualization of potential, right?
Yes.
So to be really honest, it's a suggestion, more of a question, that the resources are accessible only to the privileged. I would say 90% of Indian students have a lack of mentorship. Like, youth is the actual power of India. And 90% of youth of India are devoid of resources, mentorship, I would say. So, and also these conversations are also localized for the people who have privilege of internet and all the XYZ resources. So I would just say, like, to actualization of the potential, we need resources, we need mentorship for the students.
I'll very quickly answer this.
Yeah.
First, send me a mail, and we can continue the conversation. The second is, I was at an academic conference. The thing is, I agree with the lack of resources, and there should be something done to mitigate that. But I had a very good analogy from Professor Chris Manning from Stanford. He said all aeronautical engineers are not building Boeing planes, right? So if you actually are interested in only building a GPT, ChatGPT, or a Llama, etc., there might be a problem. Even I don't have resources to do that. But there are other things that go into building a Boeing that aeronautical engineers do, right? Form the foundation of building a Boeing, and you can always do that. But I take your point, and I agree that there should be something done for extending mentorship, etc. But for you just send me a mail after this.
Sure. Thank you.
Cool. I think time's really up, but if the organizers permit, I'll take one more question. But I know there's a closing session so should we close, or do we have another minute? Okay. So with that, time's up, unfortunately, but I think the panelists will be around for a few minutes post. So for those of you who do have still, we can. Oh, great. So we'll take your question and keep it brief.
Sure. This is Mukul. I'm currently an AI researcher at Vadhvani AI. So my question is, so we are talking about, building global partnerships for AI, but AI is mostly contextual, right? For example, something that we are building in US might not work here, right? So should we focus on building something here that could be useful in the world, or should we focus on more local building AIs? So mostly anyone who can take this, yeah.
I can take that again. Sorry, sure. I'm not. So I think both is the right answer. Some of the things are generalizable across the board to the entire globe. Some of the things are very contextual. We have to ground some of our AI models and applications to the local context for them to work. And we need people to do both. And that's not a diplomatic answer. I really believe we have to do both.
Correct. Any last questions? Okay,
yes, sir.
So that's our last question.
My name is Sushil from Karnataka. So in this AI summit, my question is, how do you achieve the Sustainable Developmental Goals 17 through AI? Because it is mainly artificial, so it is not 100% right. So we cannot get 100% accuracy in here. So
Sustainable Development Goals are, of course, very broad. Okay. One is obviously a set of sustainable climate-related goals, but you're talking also about poverty, healthcare, other Sustainable Development Goals?
Yes, sir. It's Sustainable Developmental Goal number 9 through innovation and infrastructure.
Correct.
So in this GPay Exhibition Summit, we have seen the lot of data collection and building that data collection through software and providing as a services. So it is mainly the security issues. So how can you address these security issues through this summit?
So I'll keep the question broad, is how can AI, one, help us achieve broadly the SDGs that exist, and also maybe specifically keeping in mind the security concerns that he's highlighted. Alison, maybe you want to take that?
Thank you. So I think you might have been in sessions that are focused on security. Security is a very important part of the work of GPAY that's going on. But a number of the different working groups are focusing on different issues. So as was mentioned, there's a big working group on climate change, on climate-induced migration, as we've mentioned, the economic and data justice issues. So there are a number of ones that are also focusing on the contribution that made. In fact, the whole GPAY is framed within progress towards the SDGs. And some of those you can track against those specific ones. And of course, the fundamental one is the contribution through innovation and infrastructures to the attainment of the SDGs. But if you go onto the GPAY website, you'll see lots of the working groups will actually reference what that contribution will be to whatever SDG they're focusing on.
Okay, sir.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much. With that, I think we've run out of time. Thank all the panelists here and you all. I know this is the last session on day 3, so thank you for your participation and staying here. And thank you to all our panelists from across different sectors for this conversation.
Thank you again, everyone. I request the moderator to please facilitate the guests with a small token of appreciation from our end. We can start with the keynote speaker. We request Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, sir, to join us on the stage, the Chief Operating Officer of NEGT MIT, to give a small token of appreciation to the moderator. Yeah, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, closing ceremony of GPAY 2023 Summit will be held in auditorium number 1, level 2. Kindly proceed towards the auditorium. Thank you. The closing ceremony will start at 5 o'clock. Please be there on time. Thank you.